check. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to announce that the program is about to begin. We'd like to humbly request all of you to please keep your mobile phones on the silent mode. In the next couple of seconds, we'll get the program started. Thank you so much for joining us. Namaste and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all of you to the Indian Institute of Architects National Awards for the Excellence in Architecture 2022, curated by Indian Institute of Architects and hosted by Brihan Mumbai Center, Maharashtra chapter. Well, my name is Kavya R. Chavali, and I'm mighty delighted to welcome you all this afternoon as we come together to celebrate a vision, the innovation, and relentless pursuit of architectural excellence that each of you embodies. Now, as we stand here amidst the creme de la creme of the architectural world, in order to honor those who have managed to push the boundaries, challenge the status quo, and also managed to leave an indelible mark on our built environment, this is where I'd like to admit the fact that your works truly inspire us, they provoke thought, and for that matter, they also resonate the essence of beauty, functionality, and sustainability. So let's actually get to set the stage, recognize and applaud the extraordinary achievements of our peers who, through their dedication and passion, have elevated the field of architecture. So let's all prepare to be inspired, to celebrate, and also to cheer for the remarkable individuals and teams whose visionary projects have earned them a coveted spot in this year's award ceremony. Now, I do realize that it's a time where it's in the afternoon. We decided to have this grand ceremony, and this is where I'd like to also bring in a little energy from all of you. So here's what I want you all to do. I want all of you to please take your left hands up in the air. Everyone, you can all say a hello to me. Well, hello. All right, we'll keep that left hand up for a little more while. I want you all to take your right hand, 2 fingers, and start tapping that left palm a little. Okay, the lunch has managed to kick in a little. We'll take those 3 fingers and start tapping it a little loudly, if you can do that. A little loudly. Okay, it's getting interesting there. We'll take the 4 fingers and start tapping it now louder. Looks like it started to drizzle, right? In a very hot Mumbai. Then let's all have 5 fingers together and have a rainy round of applause from all of you to bring that energy back in the air. Thank you so much. Well, that's what we're talking about. Look at those smiles widen. Look at that energy come back in the air. But that being said, let me also share with you the fact that no matter the AI, no matter how modern we become, the one thing that always gets us ahead is the fact that we are also close to our roots, which is why we'd like to begin the program with the lighting of the auspicious lamp. And I'd like to invite the following dignitaries to kindly step forward for the lighting of the lamp. If I may please invite Architect Vilas Avchat, President IIA, to kindly please step forward, sir. May I please invite Architect Jitendra Mehta, Vice President IIA. I've been informed that he'll also be joining us really soon. I further invite Architect Tushar Sogani, Junior Vice President IIA. May I further please invite Architect B. Sudhir, Treasurer IIA. Architect Akshay Beuria, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA. Architect Rani Bedamuttu, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA. Architect Sandeep Baudekar, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA. May I further please invite Architect Iia Raju, Immediate Past President. Architect Kurian George, IIA National Awards Committee Chairperson. Architect Sandeep Prabhu, Maharashtra Chapter Chairperson. Architect Nilesh Dholakia, Brihan Mumbai Center Chairperson. And Architect Prakash Deshmukh, Trustee, IIA.
शरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Can we have a round of applause as we formally inaugurate the program and as our dignitaries come together for a group photograph? The lighting of the lamp signifies discarding the darkness of the unknown and welcoming the light of knowledge. Thank you very much. I request all of you to please take your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to request all of you to please rise up to honor the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai. I request all of you to please take your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a look at everyone who's actually managed to make this awards possible. And we're going to do that with a short audiovisual presentation. So let's have the AV on the screen, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that inspiring note, we now transition to another pivotal moment of the program. It's now time for me to also welcome a visionary leader whose dedication and insights continue to inspire the architectural fraternity. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the esteemed chairperson of the Brihan Mumbai Center, architect Nilesh Dholakia, to also present the welcome address. So let's welcome him first with a huge round of applause for him to share the welcome address with all of you.
Hi. Good evening, friends, esteemed guests, and dignitaries. Welcome to Iia National Awards for Excellence in Architecture 2022. It is an honor. It is an honor to have amongst us three keynote speakers: Architect Peter Rich, Architect Aniket Bhagwat, and Architect Shirish Beri. We also have with us amongst us IA President Viras Orchard sir, Junior Vice President Tushar Sogani, and we are sorry, but we don't have with us at present Joint Vice President Tushar Mehta. We also have amongst us Maharashtra Chapter Chairman Sandeep Prabhu, and we have special invitees Architect Devbhakt, Architect Prakash Deshmukh, Architect Divya Khush, and Architect Dean De Cruz amongst us. This event has been meticulously curated and organized by the National Awards Committee Chairman, Architect Kurian George, and we, the Mumbai Center, as part of Maharashtra Chapter, are honored to host it. Our dedicated Mumbai team has worked tirelessly since the conception in November 23, when our request was accepted to host the award ceremony over here. Despite all the challenges and issues which we had regarding the partnership and timelines, we have spared no efforts in ensuring that event is a great success and a memorable one for everyone. So on behalf of Mumbai Center, I express our deep gratitude to, and also we express our deep gratitude to Vivekanand College of Architecture, Chembur, for their generous support and assistance in organizing the Stage 1 jury, where with the collective effort of Anand Achari and his faculty members and students who have played a pivotal role in successfully helping the shortlisting of the jury, which we had around 400 plus, which again started our journey towards this second stage of the award ceremony. We sincerely hope that all of you must have enjoyed our stay at the venue and the event and the food beverage served to you, as we have strived to provide the best possible hospitality we could do. We welcome your feedbacks and suggestions from your end. We hope through your emails and messages so that we can improve and further improve our a better future in the events. So thanking you for gracing us with your presence and making this an truly eventful event for us, especially for us at least, for Mumbai Center, because we, after a period of 8 years, we are hosting a mega event in this center. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining us, and Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, sir, for your riveting words and the warm welcome that you have shared with our members of the audience. On that note, as we continue to immerse ourselves in the spirit of architectural excellence, it is now time to also hear from another stalwart of our community. And I'm honored to introduce the chairperson of the Maharashtra chapter, Architect Sandeep Prabhu. So please put your hands together to welcome on stage none other than Architect Sandeep Prabhu.
Namaste, good afternoon. I am President Vilasji Outsat, Junior Vice President Tushar Sogani ji, Award Committee Chairman Architect Kurian, Office Bearers and Council Members of II, Brihan Mumbai Center Chairman Nilesh ji, our guest speakers, Architect Peter Rich, Architect Shirish Beri, Architect Aniket Bhagwat ji, Architect Prakash Deshmukh sir, Trustee of IIA, special invitees and past presidents, Architect Professor Madhav Devbhakt sir, Architect Divya Kush ji, Architect C.R. Raju, fellow architects, heads of various colleges, and sponsors. I'm truly delighted to extend a warm welcome on behalf of the IIA Maharashtra chapter to all esteemed guests gathered here for the 32nd edition of the IIA National Awards for Excellence in Architecture. This remarkable event has been meticulously curated and organized by the IIA through National Awards Committee, IIA under the leadership of Chairman Architect Kurian George. I extend congratulations to him and his dedicated team for their unwavering commitment to upholding the core values of the IIA, fostering creativity and recognizing the outstanding contributions of its members in the field of architecture. I'm deeply grateful to architect Nilesh Dholakia and the entire team at the IIA Brihan Mumbai Center for graciously hosting this event on such a short notice, demonstrating remarkable resilience and determination in overcoming challenges to translate this plan into a successful event. The caliber of work exhibited by all participants is truly inspiring, making the task of our esteemed jurors very difficult. I extend my sincere gratitude to all the jurors and guests for generously dedicating their valuable time for this event. Furthermore, I would like to express heartfelt appreciation to all our sponsors for their invaluable support, without which this event would not have been possible. Once again, I extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your contributions in making this event possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable words. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're also very privileged to welcome a luminary whose vision and dedication have been pivotal in steering the IIA National Awards to its grandeur. So please put your hands together to welcome on stage the chairperson of the IIA National Awards Committee, none other than architect Kurian George.
Tall, and there's a stool here, so I'm going to. President, Architect Vilas Abchat. Immediate past President, Architect C.R. Raju. Junior Vice President, Architect Tushar Sogani. Treasurer, Architect Sudhir. Joint Honorary Secretaries, Architect Rani Vedamuthu, Architect Akshay Bhuria, Architect Sandeep Bavdekar. Chairman, IIA Brihan Mumbai Center, Architect Nilesh Dholakia. Chairman, Maharashtra Chapter, Architect Sandeep Prabhu. Past Presidents, Architect Madhav Devbhakta, and past President and Trustee, Architect Prakash Deshmukh. Past President, Architect Divya Kush. Jury members, shortlisted participants, and delegates, I welcome you all to this edition of the Indian Institute of Architects National Awards Ceremony 2022. The premise that the epitome of excellence in architecture would qualify the importance of architecture to the world is the basis on which this edition of the awards was envisioned. Over the last year, this vision has unfolded through series of reflections on what appropriate and meaningful architecture can stand for. We are grateful to the community of architects for participating in the awards as candidates as well as jurors. I also thank the industry partners for their support in this event. To speak a few words on what came out of it over the last few months, of rigorous work to shortlist the projects and the last two days of juries, it has been heartening to witness dialogues and conversations in an endeavor to recognize the rapidly changing role and relevance of architecture in our present times. We will now look forward to the evening of the award ceremony and insightful conversations, I should say talks, by architect Sirish Beri, architect Peter Rich, and architect Aniket Bhagwat, who have been an integral part of the adjudications also over the last couple of days. With this, I welcome you all to this edition, which is the 32nd edition of the Indian Institute of Architects Awards, which was first called the JIIA Awards and has since a long time been rechristened as the Iia National Awards for Excellence in Architecture. Thank you. We have been sensitive to the needs of the differently abled. And if you notice, we have introduced a ramp here, and I hope that this will be carried forward in all our future events. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. In fact, it is true when we say that architects truly shape a civilization. And I believe a moment like this is not just for future architect-related events, but I think this is an example for all the events that happen across the globe. So I think we should have a special round of applause for that proactive thinking and for being inclusive. So thank you very much, sir, for sharing that. On that amazing note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to march ahead because now it's time to hear from someone whose role is critical in shaping the direction and future of our esteemed institution. Well, I'm talking about none other than the Junior Vice President of Indian Institute of Architects. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Architect Tushar Sogani.
Respected President, all the OB of Indian Institute of Architects, Trustee, immediate past President, I think what a wonderful moment for us. When, it's very difficult to catch hold of our stalwarts in the industry. Today, they all are here because, of this National Awards for Excellence in Architecture. And I must thank Architect Kurian and Architect Nilesh Dholakia, who has done a fantastic job in a stipulated time allotted to. I know time was very less to you, allotted less to you, and I think you guys have made a fantastic job. And I think to the best of my knowledge, we almost have crossed more than 500 entries, right? Yeah, so I think 500 entries from our fraternity. And the kind of project which you must have seen, they are all exemplary works. And other than this, under our dynamic leadership of our President, Architect Vilas Avchad, we are doing lots of activities for IIA. As you must have seen in last 7-8 months, we have done a lot of events which actually make architects more closer. Our job as an IIA is to make the fraternity more closer and develop a feeling of compassionate amongst ourselves. This is what under dynamic leadership of President is doing. We are doing IAPL, we are doing National Convention, we are doing Young Architect Festival, we are doing festivals at local level. And other than this, for the first time in the history of architecture profession, it has happened that COA President and IA President are working shoulder to shoulder. I think this is very much needed, until and unless we do not collaborate together, we are not going to achieve, because they are our apex body which actually talk about the education and about the registration, So under the dynamic leadership of our President, we are doing a fantastic job. Another thing which our President has come up with is, the participation of the stakeholders. I think it's a high time when we need to come out from our own carcass of architect. So our President always say, do more and more tie up with the allied associations like Triple ID, like FSCI, like IPA, like so we are working because they are like the flavors to the profession of architecture. Until unless we do not learn from them, our projects are not going to be exemplary. What we have seen outside the display panels. And our president has tried to put our position at an international level again to a next level. And for the first time in the history, last president of Acacia was architect Ruchi Kambata. After that, there was no one who were representing India for some as a chair or this thing. I think this has happened. It started with architect Devekosh and architect C.R. Raju, and finally the legacy has been carried away by architect Vilas Avchat. Last 7-8 years, trust me, the way in which we have set benchmarks in international architectural fraternity is something which is very remarkable. And thanks to our president, who is giving flexibility to all the chapters, centers, and sub-centers. And I think it's a high time when all of us actually think for the betterment of the profession, because there are a lot of issues. Because for the first time, we spoke when the 1972 Act was passed, we were actually struggling for the amendments in that Act. And the event which happened in Jaipur, where the speaker was there, he said, if you want to do the amendments in Act, come to me, I'll help you out. I think it has happened for the first time. The speaker is talking about Architect Amendment Act, in Lok Sabha. So friends, we need to strengthen ourselves to, so that, we come up with a nice representation even for the governments, Until unless we do not interact with the policy makers, I think our purpose will not be solved. If we just discuss amongst a closed door hall and we move out, I think it's a high time when, everyone in the IIA is putting all their efforts to take this organization and institute to next level. So with full adherence, I seek your support of the fraternity so that, you make true the vision of the entire national body. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing across all the remarkable initiatives taken up by IIA and sharing your dynamic words. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to welcome a distinguished figure whose leadership has been a beacon for architects across the nation. In fact, under his presidency, the IIA has soared to new heights, championing innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity in architecture. So please put your hands together and please help me welcome on stage the President of Indian Institute of Architects, Architect Vilas Avchat. Let's have the loudest round of applause, everyone. Please help me welcome on stage Architect Vilas Avchat.
नमस्कार, गुड इव्हिनिंग. आपण महाराष्ट्रात आहोत आणि मुंबईत आहोत, तर आपल्याला मराठीत बोलायलाच पाहिजे. बट ऑल डिग्निटरीज, ऑफिस बेरर्स, ट्रस्टीज ऑफ IIA, award committee chairman, members of members of award committees, Master Chapter and its all members, and IIA Brun Mumbai Center Chairperson, and all organizing committee of awards. IIA Awards in Excellence in Architecture is one of the prestigious awards in our country. We have noticed that more and more participants are taking part in IIA Awards. The architects participating, actually everybody is a winner. When it is everybody is a winner, but still then, jurors have a really task to select among them. It's because we have almost 500 and more entries. Out of that, 60s were shortlisted, 60, 65. And out of that, they have to select one winner in each category. That was really a task for them. It's a challenge for them. another thing is that Iia Awards, it doesn't stop over here. This goes on to the Arcacia as well as in UIA also. Now, last year's entries, we have sent it to Arcacia for the Arcacia Awards. And the jurors will be from all the countries, and one of the jurors is also from India. So that is also a task. In IIA, we are trying to inclusive each and every one, each and every chapter, each and every center, sub-center, so nobody should left behind. In this year, we can see that everybody is working very hard to bring the IIA uplift rather. We can see that, other day when 8th March we have International Women's Day, it was celebrated at each and every center and chapter with a huge, tremendous way rather. And, that was nobody has told them to do it. Everybody is doing. And one more thing we are doing in IIA, that we are trying to include general public in our each and every event, so that general public should know what we architects are doing. It is just a matter of, because still our fraternity, we are just a 30,000 now in IIA. And if we see in COA, we have more than that. But still then, we are trying to inform rather, or giving information to the general public, saying that whatever work we do, even today also, I wanted the general public to include in that. I think we have some sponsors are here. One of, I know many of them, but they all are here. They should know what we are doing. The work which is been done by the young generation. Now we can see here more and more young generation are participating. That's a really good sign. From the college days, they should know that how we are doing it. I think there are many students also here. There are many professionals, more teachers also here. My best teacher, Madhav Devbhakta, is here, and we have recently awarded him a Madhav Achwal Gold Medal Award for excellence in the teachers' community or education, we can say. So all these people, stalwart people are with us. I think we can take IIA to the highest level, and I want everybody's support for this. I know when this Nilesh Dholakia has taken this challenge, it's a big task for them. It is happening after almost 12 years. I think in 2012, we had our IIA Awards ceremony at Ranga Sharda. That was in 2012. And after that, this award ceremony is happening here in Mumbai again. And you know that Mumbai, even there are so many memberships are in Mumbai. Still, the people are reluctant. We have to revive that chapter, center. It's a task for the master chapter also. I think Sandeep Prabhu should take that task and get Mumbai center revived properly. I am also with you, not to worry, but we'll do it. And, because people are more reluctant to come. Even this, such a nice program of the awards, more and more people should participate in this. I hope the next award, I think we will have more than 1,000 people and more than 1,000 entries. I wish best of luck to Kurian and Nilesh to do the best of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for your visionary words that you've shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to navigate through the proceedings of the program and a program of celebration and recognition, This is where we'd like to firstly begin with the felicitation ceremony of our esteemed office bearers, because these are the individuals whose dedication, wisdom, and leadership have not only steered the Indian Institute of Architects through triumphs and challenges, but also managed to lay the foundations for a future where architecture continues to thrive and inspire. So this is where we get to celebrate these pillars of our community who have not only been led by integrity and vision, but they've also managed to pave the way for the next generation of architects and leaders within the IIA. So on that note, first up, if I could please invite Architect Sandeep Prabhu, Maharashtra Chapter Chairman, to please come on stage, sir, as we begin with the felicitations. So first up to begin with, I request Architect Sandeep Prabhu to please felicitate Architect Vilas Avchat, President, IIA. I now request you to also please felicitate Architect Prakash Deshmukh, Trustee, IIA. So if I could please invite Architect Prakash Deshmukh, sir, to please come on stage. And yes, we can keep that round of applause going louder and louder, everyone. Thank you very much, sir, for the felicitations. I now please invite Architect Nilesh Dholakia, Chairman IIA Mumbai, to please come on stage, sir. As we continue to celebrate the pillars of our community, sir, I request you to please felicitate Architect C.R. Raju, immediate past President. Sir, I'm going to request you to also please felicitate Architect Tushar Sogani, who is the Junior Vice President, IIA, to please come on stage. As you can notice, we're presenting the plant of growth, of prosperity, of hope. And this is where we continue to celebrate one another, celebrate camaraderie, and much more. May I now please invite Architect Milind Sambhare, immediate past Chairman, to please come on stage. I invite you, sir, to please felicitate Architect Rani Vedamuthu, Joint Secretary, to please, let's do the honors as well. Our Joint Honorary Secretary, IIA. Rani Vedamuthu, Joint Honorary Secretary, IIA. Sir, I request you now to also please honor and felicitate Architect Akshay Beuria, Joint Honorary Secretary, IIA. Thank you very much, sir. I now invite on stage Architect Darshana Dubashi, Vice Chairperson, IIA, Brihan, Mumbai, to please come on stage, ma'am, to felicitate Architect Sandeep Bavdekar, Joint Honorary Secretary, IIA. Ma'am, I now request you to also please felicitate Architect B. Sudhir, Treasurer, IIA. On that note, thank you very much, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we'd also like to take a brief moment to acknowledge the invaluable support of our title sponsor, Ultratech. In fact, their partnership embodies a shared vision of innovation and excellence in architecture. And we are truly honored to have their support, and they are also very eager to share their insights. But first up, can we have a round of applause for our title sponsor, Ultratech, because this is where we talk about collaboration, we talk about amazing support to even, put up something as amazing as this for our community. In fact, Ultratech's range of very amazing concrete, with an amazing concrete solution for almost every construction problem, Ultratech, very amazing concrete, enables our customers to execute projects with greater confidence, unmatched speed, fewer labor resources, stunning finishes, and much more. Now, first up, I believe we have a video that we'd like to share, so let's take a look at the video, please.
Design is something very personal and very emotional. So whenever I sit to design, it basically comes out as whatever I'm feeling on that particular day. Hi, I'm Piyush Mehra, Principal Architect at PS Design. Today, I'm with AD and Ultratech, and I'm creating these three really interesting designs using their very amazing concrete. The clients are looking for an edge because there is so much similarity in the work around that is happening, especially in the interior industry. I was in one of the trade shows and I saw the Ultratech booth. They had on display a few items which I thought were sculptures. Then I found out, okay, they are made using one of their material called BAC, and I was like, wow. I mean, how is it possible that concrete can achieve such a surface? Also, using traditional materials, there is an inherent problem of rusting, bulkiness, brittleness, which eventually adds to maintenance issues, which the clients are really worried about. So I have designed three products here. One is the honeycomb, which can be used as a facade panel. The other is a burrow. It's a hanging light based on a nest shape. And the third is the facade panels, which can be used both on commercial buildings as well as residential projects. The facade panel, essentially how it came to my mind was when a black hole is created, it kind of bends the entire space-time downwards onto it. And that's when I thought, why not have a facade panel using this sort of a shape? And the idea is you face the beak of it facing outside, and it will be at a different angle. We can use it on a southwestern wall so as to sort of cut the sunlight coming into a room. So I ended up making a prototype of the facade panel because that really intrigued me that will it be able to take the shape because it is quite a difficult one. So that's when I got in touch with the Ultratech team and they gave me the technical know-how. They told me how much the material can bend, how much of a slim section I can make. And I realized, wow, I can actually use the product in all of my interior projects as an integral part, not just as a background. I believe that's with most architects that we are never content. I mean, the day I'm content with my work, meaning I've stopped practicing, which is why you call it an architecture practice as well.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the very amazing concrete, if I could please invite on stage Mr. Jayesh Parmar, Zonal Head Technical from Ultratech, to please come on stage, sir.
Good evening all. So I'm here to take you through the concrete which is known as very amazing concrete. Basically, these are the concrete which we have made. As we know that every construction is a different ball game and we face different issues during the constructions. So whatever concrete which we have made today, there are 14 in numbers, I would say, which we have made. These are the very amazing concrete, bouquet of very amazing concrete. And these are nothing but all customized concrete. Based on the customer requirement, we have customized it and we have given a concrete solution. To start with, I am not going to take you through the entire presentation about the entire this bouquet of the concrete, but I'll take you to the decorative part of it. But just to have a brief knowledge about the type of concrete and its application, I'm going to take you through this bouquet. The first is Dura Plus, which is nothing but a concrete which gives you more strength or more durability compared to normal concrete. I would say it gives 30% more durability to the normal grade of concrete. Then we have Fire Safe. It is a concrete which resists fire up to 2 to 4 hours and 900 degrees centigrade resistance is there. So we have this fire safe concrete can be used and application where we need, where this fire, we all know that it from first floor to second floor, second to third floor, it goes to the conduit, and where we need to have we need to close this conduit with the fire safety things, and this is the concrete which can give resistance to 4 hours, 900 degrees centigrade, and easily breakable, so that whenever we need, we can break it also. Then we have Lightcon. This Lightcon is nothing but lightweight concrete, which has a range of 300 kg density from the 300 kg per cubic meter to 1800 kg per cubic meter. This comes into two variants. First is non-structural one, and the second one is structural one. So whenever we are talking about structural concrete, we can give you up to M30 grade of concrete. Recently, we have supplied to a customer. They have designed their building for 23 floors and they wanted to have 27 floors. So for 24 to 27 floors, lightweight structural concrete was supplied by us, and M30 was the grade of the concrete. Then we have Decor, which is nothing but a decorative concrete, which for external flooring. We have I-floors for industrial flooring. We have pervious concrete, which is nothing but a perforated concrete. EnviroPlus is a new addition to our bouquet, where the builders are looking for carbon reduction, and we all know that our Honorable Prime Minister has given a mandate by that India would be net zero by 2070. So we all need to work on this, and then EnviroPlus is the concrete which gives you less carbon footprint and less carbon embodiment in the concrete. Then we have Rapid, which gives you high early strength. Recently, last year, we have supplied to most of the BMC roads where we have potholes was the menace, and this has been filled by concrete, which is Rapid, and the strength was, their requirement was that they want to open the traffic within 8 hours, so we gave them a strength of 25 MPa at 6 hours. Then we have AquaSeal, which gives us the solution for our waterproofing problems. We have Thermocon Plus, which is nothing but whenever we are going for raft foundation, we know that we need to control the temperature of the concrete as well as the core temperature should not go beyond 72 degrees centigrade. And also we need to maintain the differential temperature, which should not be beyond 20 degree. So Thermocon Plus is the solution for mass concreting. Then we have ultra high performance concrete. This is the new age concrete, I would say, concrete for the future. We'll discuss regarding this particular thing after this presentation. Free flow concrete, which is a concrete which flows on its own without any labor. We don't have to, we don't need any labor for this, and this can flow like water and level on its own. It compacts on its own, and this is the solution for concrete where the your reinforcement are very, I would say, congested, and if your labors are less. Then we have Dura facades, the facades which we recently saw when architect Piyush was showing. This was made with ultra high performance concrete. These are the facades which we have come up with. Then zip concrete. All this concrete, if the requirement is very small, we give it in a 40-liter bags as well as in a pouch. So, and last one is the Coro Protect, which is the solution for our corrosion resistance. As we all know that in Mumbai being a coastal area, and corrosion is a major threat to our structure. So the Coro Protect is a concrete which gives protection to our reinforcement from corrosion. So this was the regarding EnviroPlus. We have classified into 3 categories: Classic, Enhanced, and Supreme. So Classic gives you reduction of around 30% reduction of carbon embodiment. Enhanced gives you more than 40% carbon reduction, and Supreme gives you more than 50% carbon reduction. So now this is the total bouquet, and I'll just let you through the decorative solutions which we are providing to our architect fraternity. These are Decor, Maxine, Dura Facade, and Pervious. So Decor, we all know these are nothing but concrete which has, you just give us a texture, color, whatever you need. This can be laid, and Ultratech gives end-to-end solution to this decorative concrete. And whatever texture you say, whatever color you ask, this is the solution for our external flooring. In terms of cost, I would say, of course, initial stage when we compare it with paver blocks, paver we know that it is 90 rupees a square feet, whereas Decor is 120 rupees a square feet. But 15 years down the line, when we look at it, paver costs us around 18 rupees per year per square feet, whereas Decor will cost you around 6 rupees per year per square feet, because the maintenance cost for concrete, which is M30 grade, is very low. So these are the few decorative concrete which we have given to our customer. These are the all possible textures and colors are possible in this. These are the walkways. This was being asked by a customer that you need to customize this particular logo for them, and we have did that logo for NHRCL, which is at Baroda. So these are the different textures, colors, and combinations where we give decorative concrete or decor for external flooring or walkways. This was for a garden where Wonder Park, which is in Navi Mumbai. So sand finish is also possible. Next is Maxine. So when we have just saw what we have shown was for external flooring. Maxine is the solution for your internal flooring. So this is again end to in nature, and since I'm saying jointless, because of course we need to have a groove cutting at particular distance from center to center, depending upon the thickness of the concrete, but then still they have less joint in it. So all kind of textures are possible. Let it be cream finish, sand and paper finish, exposed aggregate finish, terrazzo finish, pigmented and dyeing concrete. All these finish are possible for Maxine, which is for your internal floorings. Then we have Dura facades. These are the facades which are primarily being made with GFRC. So instead of GFRC, we have given a concrete which has high strength in terms of compressive strength and as well as the flexural strength. So this was the concrete which is closer to ultra high performance concrete and 120 grade of concrete with flexural strength of around more than 15 MPa. So what does it give? It gives you more, I would say, durability in terms compared to what GFRC gives you. Of course, in terms of weight, they are 1/3 of the weight of GRC. If you look at that, if for a screen size of 4.26 meter by 1.6 meter, the conventional GFRC gives a strength of 30 MPa, whereas Dura facades gives you a strength of 120 MPa. Then the weight of conventional screen is somewhere around 2400 kg. These are at 725 kg. Flexural strength 5 MPa for conventional, and UHPC screen gives you more than 18 MPa of flexural strength. So these are facades which can be, I would say, building shayad deteriorate ho jayegi, but these are not going to deteriorate. These are going to last long for years together because they have high durability, high strength. Then we come to pervious concrete. We all know that what water crisis Bangalore is going through. And near future, this would be the case with Mumbai and other all metros. So pervious concrete would be the need of an hour because we need to recharge our groundwater, and this will help us to recharge our groundwater wherever with the solution of having not only pathways are being made, but also we can have a concrete which is pervious in nature so that it can recharge groundwater. And rainwater, it also helps in into rainwater harvesting. So these are the pathways, and this was the Gulf Coast pit where this concrete was being did so that rainwater water recharge can be done, water table can be recharged. So this is self-compacted concrete. I'll just taking you through this particular slide because this was the customization which we have done for a customer at Surat. He asked us that I want my slab having a rising sun with Gayatri Mantra engraved into it. So we gave the solution, and this was done for a particular customer. This was customized to it, to that particular customer. So this is what self-compacted concrete is all about. No labor is required. Nothing, it flows on its own, compacts on its own, levels on its own. So all kind of reinforcement, it has 10 mm down aggregate. So whether your reinforcement is very, I would say, even then, it has a filling ability, it has a flowability, it has a leveling ability. So all these things is there, and it levels on its own. Yeah. So before I end my, this was the zip which was I was talking about. So before I end my presentation, I'll take you through an AV which we have recently made, and this was regarding ultra high performance concrete. Yeah, when we say it is Ultratech UHPC Crete. This is the concrete which we have supplied to a customer. Their demand was with conventional or regular concrete, we have around 15 columns to be made, and their size was 4 feet by 4 feet. And they wanted to reduce the size of the column as well as numbers of the column. They wanted to reduce the size of the column from 4 feet to 300 mm, and then 15 columns to 5 columns. So this was their demand. So we directly asked them what you are looking for, what grade of concrete you are looking for. So initially they asked, we are looking for a concrete which gives us a strength of M170 MPa. So we asked them, give us two months. They had time. We took around 100 trials, and we achieved around 190 MPa at 28 days with 1 day strength of 92 MPa. So when we supplied this concrete to them, the target strength was 170 MPa, but the supplied concrete strength achieved was 186 MPa. So this is an AV which showcased our, I would say, strength, as well as we also work for sustainability. So our strength and expertise in concrete technology. And this is the concrete solutions which we provide to our customers. So I'd like to have another 3 minutes from you so that we can take you through this AV. Yeah.
As a Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail, we are coming up with
India's first ultra luxury departmental store.
the requirement was to have some kind of heritage building where the luxury is spoken.
Turner Morrison building is located in South Bombay in a very important precinct called as Fort Precinct, and Turner Morrison building was to be refurbished by Aditya Birla Group.
We wanted to have external facade same as a heritage building, so we had to dismantle this building from inside and to reconstruct this building with a thinner sections of the structure. So the challenge was how we can reduce number of columns which were coming around 4 feet by 4 feet to reduce in size as well as in numbers.
They wanted the best of the best in terms of appearance. That through many challenges. One of such challenge was they wanted a particular feature which is part and parcel of their store to be incorporated in the structure, and because of which the columns had to be of a specific size. Now, to achieve that specific size and still to support a 5-storied building, you had to have a material which is very strong.
So we came to a solution to use UHPC, ultra high performance concrete.
Ultra high performance concrete we wanted was of 170 megapascals. No one was ready to give 170 megapascals. Everybody was talking about giving 150.
We all know that every construction is a different ball game. So when ABFRL came to us, they asked us to supply ultra high performance concrete of M170 grade. Today marks a groundbreaking achievement for Ultratech Cement Limited, as we successfully delivered M170 grade of concrete to ABFRL's site. This milestone in the ready-mix concrete industry showcases our commitment to innovation and excellence in concrete technology. Our advanced UHPC blend tailored for high durability and excellent performance and opens new possibility in construction industry.
With this UHPC, we could reduce the size of the pillar from 4 feet to 1 feet and around 15 pillars in the center to only 5 pillars. And when you see this completed building, you will be amazed at how we have created such a large pillar, and that too with minimum very thin cylindrical columns, and that too with UHPC, which our Ultratech, our own company, has given me this solution to solve this problem.
This success is a testament to our relentless pursuit of enhancing quality assurance and control in our products.
Good for us, Ultratech came forward and they decided to take the challenge and be a part of this project. They supplied the concrete and we could achieve 186 MPa, and the project was done successfully.
We are proud to set a new benchmark and new standard in RMC industry, paving the way for futuristic and sustainable construction in India. So when I say this is the concrete for future, so this is the concrete which is more elastic, more bendable, more malleable compared to conventional or regular concrete. Of course, it has high flexural strength and very almost 2.5 times of the strength of conventional or regular concrete. Thank you for your patience hearing. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. That's some pioneering work by Ultratech. And on that note, if I could please invite on stage Architect Kurian George, Architect Sandeep Prabhu, and Architect Nilesh Dholakia to please come on stage. Well, this is where we'd like to take a quick moment to also thank our title partner, Ultratech Cement. So I'd like to request the three of you to please present a token of our gratitude to Ultratech Cement. If I could please invite on stage Mr. Bimal Acharya, Zonal Head, Technical Customer Solutions, to please come on stage. very much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's now move forward to inviting on stage Mr. Kalyan Chakrabarti, National Technical Head of Birla White, to also share the pioneering work that they've been doing. We'd like to request you, sir, to also please share your presentation with us. So if I could please invite on stage Mr. Kalyan Chakrabarti.
Good evening to all respected architects and all other dignitaries who are present in this forum. So on behalf of Birla White, I am here to present about the innovative product which is brought to Birla White for the complete solutions to the architectural needs as well as the customer needs. So our journey started around 35 years back, 1988. This is our plant locations. We have our white cement plant situated at Rajasthan, and we have manufacturing of cement-based putty plants at Katni and Nadwara plants. So this is about Birla White. The unique advantage of Birla White is higher whiteness, higher strength, and higher fineness. These are the applications of Birla White which is being used traditionally in plaster applications, as a primer applications, and as well as flooring applications. And with this Birla White as an extension of the new products innovation, Birla White, our own R&D, has developed new products, which is white cement-based waterproofing solutions. Traditionally, as an architects, all must be aware that in olden days, waterproofing works is being done by using white cement as a common base. They're using some additives and etc. The reason behind for this is white cement has a better fineness compared with other cementitious products. It has a high resistance to water resistance. That's why white cement is being used in waterproofing works extensively. So by using white cement as a raw material, our Birla White R&D has developed a unique products, that is Seepguard, under the brand name Seepguard, for interior products, interior applications, exterior applications, and rooftop applications. And all these applications, products are come with a warranty, and this is do it yourself. This can be easily done at the customer's place. This is a horizontal applications of waterproofing solutions. And you can see is a very before and after applications, a simple precautions to be taken, like preparing the surface in a better way, and you apply our product Seepguard horizontal application. You can see the difference before and after application. And this is vertical surfaces, Seepguard application. You can see the difference before and after. Similarly for interiors, this is on brickwork, on a plasterwork applications. And we also come up with product called 2K product for C Blocker 2K Pro. These are all providing with 5 years warranty and 3 years warranty. As far as now we talked about waterproofing solutions with white cement based. The advantage here being a white cement higher fineness, it provides a better waterproofing solutions compared with any other products. Now with the same concept, we come up with primers that is used, white cement based primers, which is first time in India and first time in the world, I can say. Unique formulation of white cement based liquid primer. You can see as an architects and engineers, we can know that cement cannot be in liquid form. That is a unique R&D work done by us. So the white cement based primers has been in liquid form. We brought in 2 categories for interiors and exteriors, active coat and regular coat. And we are also into the two-tone paint distemper category. The uniqueness of this is, it is a washable, it is economical, it is having a higher water resistance property and durability when compared with any other distemper paints category. And this is one more product, an architectural interesting product, Textura. Is a white cement based product. It is affordable and it can create more number of designs. The uniqueness of this product is, it is a water resistance and it is having higher adhesion strength compared with any other competition products available in the market. You can create various designs like vertical designs, crisscross design, and horizontal designs. It basically comes in white color. On the top coat paint, you can apply whatever the choice of the paints you can want to go for it. And roller finish and spray finish, these are different kind of categories for both interiors and exterior finishes. And we also come up with product called Level Plus. This is a product where you want to do the renovation works as a replacement of a plaster in a shortest span of time. This is an ideal product. It can be applied on external surfaces as internal surfaces. The uniqueness of this product is it is having anti-carbonation properties also. Thus, it can be used in a ceiling areas, in cellars, and parking areas, so that that protection gives the anti-carbonation properties. This is the most important product which is mostly liked by the architects. You must have seen our product displayed in the stall also. That is glass fiber reinforced concrete. Birla White has got a plant in Vadodara. It is a customized, as per the requirement of the customers, we provide manufacturing of GRC. The uniqueness is enhanced durability, the flexibility in architecture as per the architectural designs, lightweight, weather resistance, and sustainable in construction. These are unique features of GRC. Of course, it's lightweight, that reduces the dead weight of the structure, and high water resistance ratio, and versatile design options. And the most important thing is the fire resistant and weather resistant. So the versatile applications is cladding, architectural elements, decorative panels, and customized articles as per the need of the architects. These are few projects which has been done with the Birla White GRC in Pan India, and even export also. We have done exports also in the Middle East also. We have supplied Lakshminarayan Temple, Swaminarayan Temple in London also. These are the screens in the facade elevations. You can see the Leela Palace also here, which is a replication of Mysore Palace. This is one of the unique projects in Ahmedabad, where external complete cladding is done with GRC. Screens and jollies, as per the customer's needs, we can create that. Various designs can be created. GRC gates. This is about a GRC or product. Now coming to the most other important product, Birla White Wall Care Putty. We started the innovation in 2000. Till that date, people are using conventional putties, acrylic putties, which are not water resistant. In Birla White Wall Care, after extension of Birla White Wall Care Putty, we started other products as per the need of the customers. The category, like superior category of the product in putty category, that is Excel Putty, which gives higher coverage and marble type of finish. And waterproof putty, which has 2 times of water resistance properties. In putty category, there is only one company which is having different kind of putties as per the need of the customers. This is difference you can see normal putty and waterproof putty. And we are having the BioShield putty also, which is having anti-fungal properties and antiviral properties, which can be used widely in pharmaceutical sectors and in health hospital projects, where hygiene is the most important point. And we have Exto Care product. It is a white cement-based primer product. You'll be surprised to know that most of the tunnel projects nowadays, they are using this Exto Care project. In Mumbai also, we have a lot of projects being done by using Exto Care as a spray inside. The interesting point here is, it is a white cement base. The adhesion to the plaster or RC surface is very good. And the most other important point is, it is having anti-carbonation properties. That's why all tunnel projects, they are preferring to go for Exto Care product. Similarly, we are coming with a white cement-based coating with 3 years warranty called Ever White, which can be used for external surfaces. Of course, we have gypsum products also in the Gypsofine and Gypcoat, which are widely available as per needs of the customers. And all our products are eco-friendly certified products and IGBC certified products, where all our products are having zero VOC, that is zero volatile organic content. This is all about Birla White product range and applications. I thank you very much for your kind attention towards this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chakrabarti. On that note, if I could once again re-invite on stage architect Kurian George, architect Sandeep Prabhu and architect Nilesh Dholakia to also please present a token of our gratitude to Birla White as well for being with us and, sort of supporting our event. So if I could re-invite you back on stage. I do realize that if you had been wearing a smartwatch, by now 10,000 steps would have been clocked for sure. The rate at which I'm going back and forth inviting you all. But on that note, if I could please invite Mr. Ashish Trivedi, CEO Birla White, to please come on the stage. If I could please invite Mr. Trivedi on stage to, so that we can have... I'd like to please invite Mr. Ashish Trivedi, CEO Birla White. And we can do two things. We can have either a round of applause or a fanfare or maybe both as well. Can we just go ahead and have a huge round of applause to also thank Birla White for being our event partner. Thank you so much, Mr. Trivedi, for joining us this afternoon. Through these presentations, we're able to see a lot of pioneering work that's also taking place around us. I think when it comes to nation building, we all do it, come together, together. That's the whole key word, together. Thank you once again. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I think before we deep dive into our next set of insightful presentations coming in from some of the stalwarts, what we're now going to do is take a quick 10 minutes break. So I'm going to request all of you to please proceed for high tea that's being served in the adjacent hall. And we're going to take a 10 minutes tea break and then come back again. So I'm going to request you all to come back exactly in 10 minutes.
hey, check, check, hey. Check, hey, check, hey, check, hey, check, hey, check, hey. Check, hey, check, what? Check, 1, 2, hey, 1, 2, hey, 1, 2.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started. We're about to resume with the program. I'm going to request everyone to please take your seats. Thank you.
Check, hey, 1, 2, check, 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 hey, 1, 2, hey, 1, 2, hey, 1, 2. Check, hey, check, 1, 2, hey, check, 1, 2, hey, 1, 2.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we're also now about to get started with our next segment of the program. And this time, we're about to begin with the sponsor presentation by Bison Panels. We have with us Mr. Krishna Srivastava, Senior General Manager, NCL, and Swati Rawat, Manager Sales, NCL Doors from Bison Panels and NCL. So if I could please invite both of them to please come on stage and also share across all the latest initiatives by the company. Mr. Krishna Srivastava and Ms. Swati Rawat. Thank you so much for joining us today. And with that, over to you.
Good evening to all the respected architects and delegates. I am here to represent Bison Panel. Bison Panel cement mounted particle board is a product of NCL Industries Limited. This is very unique and versatile board which can be used in a various application from floor to under roof of any building, which we will show in our video presentation. This board, Bison Panel, is a multi-purpose board which offers great advantage and features like termite proof, naturally, without adding any chemical treatment. It's a water resistance and highly fire rated. We can give you the fire rated system, wall partition system, from 1 hour to 4 hours. In our last 29 years of journey, we have innovated Bison lamp, we have innovated designer series, and we have innovated Bison wall panel. So on the whole, I can say Bison panel is a product of value for money. Can I have the video presentation, please? Now I request Swati to take over to the NCL door.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. My name is Swati. I'm here to present NCL doors. NCL door is again a new vertical in NCL Industries. We provide complete door solutions with your frame, architrave, shutter, hardware, and installation. It's a pre-hung solution, or you can say ready-to-fit solution. We do the installation when your flooring is completed. We have launched this product as a solution to give you as a solution to replace whatever challenges you face with the current system. Like there would be no expansion and contraction. It's a 100% termite-proof product. We also have fire resistant as well. We have 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and 120 minutes fire rated doors. We have different color and design options, and we have a small display here, and we would like everybody to visit us and take a look at it. Thank you so much for hearing us and for your time. Thank you.
Door Experience Center, a state-of-the-art and one-of-its-kind center showcasing our brand's product range and services. Built in India's largest door manufacturing facility, we use superior quality raw materials imported from Europe and proprietary bison panel, which ensures our doors withstand moisture, fire, termites, and other elements that affect the overall life of the doors. Our doors are manufactured in technical collaboration with AGT Europe. Along with our wide range of doors, we would like visitors to witness the exquisite craftsmanship of our doors unlike never before. Visitors will get a first-hand look at why NCL Door revolutionary design and innovative technology is changing the way consumers buy and install doors in their homes and other facilities. You can also have a look at our wide range of doors along with our fire-rated doors available in two variants of 30 and 60 minutes. Every door can be customized as per the customer requirement, and as a part of our complete door solution, we offer door frames, shutters and architraves along with well-reputed hardware brand choices to match the aesthetics and functionality. The NCL Door Experience Center is located on the third floor of our corporate office building, NCL Pearl, opposite Hyderabad Bhavan, ST Road, Secunderabad, Telangana. The showroom is open for visitors between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and by appointment only between 5 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, up next I'd like to please invite on stage Mr. Sumit Kapoor, Senior Engineer Marketing from Colors India, to also share a very interesting presentation from their team. So Mr. Sumit, over to you.
A very good evening to all the fraternity of architects gathered here. And thank you for giving us such a beautiful spaces and livable spaces. Colors has always believed, and the idea of colors started with to make life better. That was some 50 years ago, and today, after 30 years, we are into manufacturing of switches, accessories, MCBs, lightings, low voltage switch gears, and home automation products at our multi-state manufacturing facilities across India. To support you and your projects across, we have 10 depots and branches across India, experience centers, and a whole network of retail network across India with more than 6,000 channel partners. And all our products are manufactured at a state-of-art integrated ISO certified factories with products being matching the international standards with CE marking and ISI mark and ROHS compliant. Colors, welcome to the world of colors of innovation, and we today have a huge range of products and switches with different textures, designs, and finishes with more than 120 colors in cover frames with 10 different colors. Apart from normal white, gray, and gray colors and black color, we have 6 more different switches and accessories in different colors to match your designs across. These are some of our products which we have in different finishes, and even handmade mother of pearl cover plates. Very unique product in the whole world. A 3D printed cover plates for which we got India Design Mark in 2017 and 19. and a huge range, different designs, different products, different finishes of switches, accessories, and plates. Even switches with flat switches, accessories in different colors. And as I said, 6 different colors and accessories from normal color plates. And a whole range of hospitality products for hotels industry. And to make your buildings, your indoors more beautiful, we have our lighting products which is made in India, very aesthetically pleasing as well as robust in different light platforms like panel lights, bulkheads, and color changing colors, downlights, spotlights of different kinds, different finishes, but all in different color forms. These are some of the products which we have manufactured. To make those spaces safe, we have low voltage switchgear in terms of MCBs, distribution boards, of different shapes, different finishes as per your requirement. And of course, the last one, which is most negligent in India, we have wires and cables to make your spaces run full time, and there is no communication breakup with house wires in different insulations, FR, anti-termite products, anti-resist termite, anti-rodents, heat-resistant materials. With communication cables, Cat6, telephone cables, RJ6 cables, and all being manufactured in-house in our factories. The latest one, as I said, that we are, as for 30 years of experience, has come into this home automation product, again, made in India, which the purpose is to make life more convenient. It helps in energy conservation as well as useful for limited mobility people. This is, first of all, this is a modular product which can fit into normal conventional wiring with glass faceplates and polycarbonate faceplates. It works on Wi-Fi protocol. And the things which we offer is normal switching, light dimming, fan regulator controls, and motorized curtain controls. As I said, in conventional wiring systems with normal plate systems. And in an end, I would like to again thank you for giving us this time and opportunity to present us. Thank you from the colors.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're now about to march ahead to another very esteemed speaker joining us today. I know that life sometimes keeps us so busy that all our attention goes towards the phones and everything that's happening around us. But what if I tell you that our next speaker who's about to join us will arrest our attention because a very immersive presentation is coming your way. In fact, he's a globally renowned name in the world of architecture, having received several accolades and awards for his distinctive works, including being nominated twice for the prestigious Aga Khan Award and being the recipient of the Baburao Matre Gold Medal, which is one of the highest honors that can be conferred by the Indian Institute of Architects presently. We all know that his philosophy reflects his values of sustainable and humane design to achieve an inherent sense of unity and harmony between the natural and the man-made. So let's all look forward to this presentation coming in from none other than
Good evening, all. I'm thankful to the Iia National Awards Committee and the Brihan Mumbai chapter for inviting me here to share my thoughts, especially Durganand, Kurian, and Nilesh. It has given me the chance to meet and interact with some old and some new friends, and make some new friends. Many of you have heard me before. Today, I would like to discuss space which is the most subtle element of the Pancha Mahabhutas, or one of the original building blocks of life. It is our basic medium as architects and designers. Thus, I have even ventured in making a film called Uru, the Space, a documentary film which is on the YouTube. We all can live without food and water for a few days, without air for a few minutes, but we cannot live without space for a nanosecond. And thus, the quality of this space that we inhabit becomes very important in everyone's life. So now, in my brief presentation, I would just like to touch upon the aspect of how our inner, intangible, immeasurable space interacts with the outer physical measurable space. Both these spaces are always interacting with each other. They are always influencing each other. And I have tried to explore this very phenomena a number of times. The outer space in our scriptures is called Bhutakash. And the inner space within us, the psychological inner space, is called the Chitakash. Now, these two spaces, we will see through a number of examples and slides how they influence each other. In today's world of large iconic structures with artificial intelligence and other sophisticated technology, my talk and my works may come across as very naive and simplistic. But the values which they address and the concerns which they address are universal and perennial. Now, let's take a quick look at these 3 or 4 slides. Like when we come to a place like this is the outer space. I call this the outer space that we go to. What does it do to our inner space? It makes us feel happy, joyous. It makes us peaceful, tranquil. And these spaces are there. Now, when the outer space that we have created for ourselves is this, what does it do? It creates that irritation within us, that restlessness, that sense of insecurity, a sense of confusion, and insecurity again. Now, these outer spaces happen as an expression of our inner space, our attitudes and our priorities that have changed so much. Let's just see 2 examples of the spaces created by us, humans, for water and food a few hundred years ago and today. Now see what the inner space does to the outer space. Can these lights be put off, please? Yeah, these lights. So, in earlier times, water was considered as something sacred, as a gift from God. And it was valuable, precious. And that's when we had created these spaces for water. And today, water has become a commodity which can be bought, sold, and wasted. And with this attitude, with this the change in the inner space happening, this is what has happened. These are the kind of spaces that we have created for water today. We really need to pause and question, what are we doing? This is food. These are 400-year-old Spanish granaries, very beautifully constructed. Like, you will see that they are raised from the ground, raised above the ground on these stone pillars, because they didn't want the dampness to damage the food. These columns are there, and these capitals are not mere capitals. They are rat-proof ledges, so that the rats don't come in and eat the grain. And it's all made of stone. That is why it has lasted for 400 years. The fins here, the stone fins are done in such a way that no water comes in, but there's a lot of good aeration and ventilation which keeps the grain intact. And finally, they have considered, they thought of this because they thought of food as a gift from God. They have the cross up here to symbolize that and also to symbolize. So see what happens. And now, very recently, just 2 years back, I went to a agriculture food committee space, and I saw this go down. And what, again, when food becomes a commodity, there is no sense of sanctity. There's no sense of, love. And then this is what we do to our food. What have we done to our other outer physical spaces with our anthropocentric, greedy, commercial inner space? One of the major problems which has happened today is that we have become extremely, extremely anthropocentric, where we consider that man is the center of the universe and everything is for our consumption. Maybe animals, maybe minerals, maybe whatever. I mean, it's for man, everything for man. And when that happens, the greed increases, consumerism increases. This is what happens. Tremendous consumerism. This is a very old slide, actually. This is a 30-year-old slide from Pune, 35-year-old slide from Pune. But see, where's architecture here? I mean, it's all commerce. Money is governing most of our activities. The disintegrated, fragmented cities and chaotic urban environment. Then the kind of architecture that is happening, all imported materials with tremendous embodied energy, or very closed-in, cluttered interiors, or very lavish, lavish and interiors which consume so much. And then we have these, and this has also resulted in inequity. We have a building here with 13 floors for car parking. And just across the street, this person sleeps like this. What have we done to our society? And this further leads to so much consumerism and so much production leads to pollution and a chaotic service network. And also, finally, to wars. This possessive nature of space, like space, when people want to possess space, it always results in conflicts. And conflicts which can take the scale of a very bad war. So don't our today's outer spaces further corrupt and stress our inner spaces? We'll see a small video. I hope the sound is there for the...
On 16 March 1972, the US Supreme Court ordered the demolition of Pruitt Igoe, a famous housing landmark of modern American architecture in St. Louis, because its spaces made the residents sick, depressed, antisocial, and violent.
So, when the outer spaces have that potential of making the inner space violent, depressed, and all that, and this is what the residents of this Pruitt Igoe, the famous landmark in St. Louis, they complained. And the Supreme Court accepted their petition and ordered the demolition of all these buildings in 1972, not too long back, far back. Again, the concept of space changes from places to places. Like we have in Bangladesh, where 165 million people occupy this much space, their concept of space is different, which I experienced when I was invited to speak at the Bangladesh Golden Jubilee just 2 years back in Dhaka. And look at the conception of space which a Russian would have, or with only 143 million people living in so much space. Now this concept of space here is also changing. Like we needed so many gadgets and many more, like compass, torch, music system and all that. And all that has come in this small gadget now. The space that is occupied by that. So I asked myself, can I create spaces whose holistic design, ambience, and positive vibrations help in improving the quality of our relationships with nature, with fellow humans, and with life as a whole? Like, these are my concerns which I try to address in my work is, can my designs bring man closer to nature? Can my designs help in bringing man closer to other human beings and to my own self? Can they help in improving our inner space? Like, this was a project, basically we're going to talk about how the users have responded to these spaces. Like we had a site in Hyderabad to design a laboratory for the conservation of endangered species, and this was the site. And when they took me to the site, I was fascinated by this cluster of rocks, big rocks, 6 meters, 10 meters, 12 meter high rocks. And I came to know that our site ended here. So I told my clients, who are government clients from different departments, and I requested them to get some undulating, rough, very bad piece of land here in exchange for a good piece of land here. So the farmers here were happy because they got a plain level land of the same area here, and I was happy that I could get this corner here, because then I could pay the right respect, give the right respect to these rocks. Like this was before. You will notice that people have already started cutting them, breaking these rocks and taking them away. And this is what we did. And this building of mine is a tribute to nature, this million-year-old heritage. I had set up my office here on a table, and I literally would hug the rocks, to feel the million-year-old vibrations. And, and then I would go around the site, because the site was very difficult, go around the site and see how they can become a part of my building. Same rocks. And now, later. This was a school, a residential school, which we had to design, where there were so many trees on site that I had to have a very organic form and always miss the trees and move around them. And there was a beautiful ficus tree, which I was fascinated with. And so I designed the learning living cluster here inside around this tree. Sorry, I forgot to tell you one thing about the user's response in the earlier this thing. Just if you could allow me 2 minutes. Yeah, actually this building was dedicated to the nation by none other than Abdul Kalam, our India's president, a sensitive, versatile president who came for the inauguration. I was asked to sit in the pendal because the government officers, the governor and the chief minister wanted to show him around. So I was sitting in the pendal, and they showed him around. They came back to the pendal, the governor made his speech, the chief minister made his speech. And later when Abdul Kalam, the president, got up to address the gathering, when he got up to address the gathering, he didn't address the gathering like chief minister, governor, and so on and so forth. The first sentence he said was, "Is the architect of this building present here?" So this is what architecture can do to even to the president, And then everybody said, pointed to me, then I stood up. Then he says, "Please meet me after the event, after the function. I would like to talk to you. I'm very happy with this building. I'm really glad that all my scientists would enjoy working here." In this case also there is a story. I went to this building after a few years and I was talking to the teachers, and the teacher said that, oh, they're very happy here, the children are very creative and they play around here like this. They're primary school kids. And one thing she told me that she had asked these kids to write an essay. You know, like small kids, we have also done that. My best friend. So the essay on my best friend, she said more than half the class wrote an essay on this tree as their best friend. This is what architecture can do. Now these kids, when they grow up, they will hesitate to cut a tree because of the rapport that they have developed with this tree in their formative years. We have a chessboard engraved in the floor itself, so kids play around that. Music classes happen under the tree. This is another building in Pune. This was a drug de-addiction center in Pune, where when I talked to the clients, they said that the addict doesn't like to be isolated. He needs to be always with people, and that acts as a therapy. So that is why I created in the section, I created all this transparency throughout, so that the person doesn't feel isolated. Even the main entrance gate is transparent. So though it is locked all the time, the inmate who's there for 5 weeks can see outside. Here I was trying to strike a balance between the control and freedom. See, I had to see that the place was properly controlled so that nobody escaped from the de-addiction center. But at the same time, I wanted to give them a choice of freedom. Here, another story I would like to narrate is that I went there after a few years, and then a guy approached me. I was standing here on this side. The guy approached me, asked me whether I was the architect of this. I said, yes, I have designed this. Then he said that, I was an addict here for 5 weeks, and while I was staying here, for me, this blue sky that you have framed here was a source of inspiration to get well. I mean, this is something which we architects also don't think of when we design sometimes. But I had not thought of it. I had just thought of it as a frame, but he said that this blue sky was the symbol of the outside world, which was calling him to be better. And there was a site, so we created this amphitheater, which is very actively used by the inmates. They have shows there, they have exercises there, they have a cup of chai there in the afternoon. But this is what helps in the therapy. So architecture can be therapy also, architectural space. This is a campus that we did in Mysore for Institute of Management Development. That building behind is the Chamundi Hill. And I created this central arrival space, because I wanted people to come from these 3 or 4 areas and have chance meetings here and interact. Now this group which had come, the students from 8 different countries, they use these slits to take a picture. Here also, the entire space encourages interaction in different ways. And this is the feedback from the clients also, that this happens. This is a typical hospital space, hospital OPD that we see in many hospitals which are affordable. And I'm not talking about the hi-fi corporate hospitals. But I felt that when I enter into a hospital, my hospital space should rejuvenate my inner space. It should give me a sense of confidence. And to do that, I thought best way to do that would be to use a good natural light, natural ventilation, and informal spaces like this. This is a hospital which caters to more than 2,000 patients per day, OPD. And still it doesn't feel that crowded and claustrophobic. The seating is also done in such a way that if they want, the patient can even lie down because it's not well. And see, there's not a single artificial light on in this building. Same building. We also have a Ganesha statue here for the people to. This is another hospital which we did for maxillofacial, craniofacial surgery, which deals with only this part of the body. And that was the arrival again. And those are the patients and their relatives waiting. Now, here we also brought the greenery and the nature inside the OT, operation theater, but not literally inside, but there's a double glass. So the sterility of the OT is not at all compromised. Now we are at hospitals. This is a hospital on a very, very narrow, a very tight site in the city where we had a basement parking and all that. So we had to put potted plants here. This is also part of that. We also created a small meditation room in many of our other hospitals, and this one also, where this outer space we thought would help in calming the inner space of the patient's relatives who are under terrible stress. This was a project done for Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Pune, TIFR, where the director wanted to design this computational mathematics, me to design the computational mathematics lab. And he had this typical idea in mind of a kind of a rectangle which is covered by glass and ACB panels and all that, you know, the typical IT building. So I said, I didn't say anything. I said, let's go and see the site. But when I went to the site, I saw this beautiful banyan tree here. I saw some trees on the side. So I asked him immediately, I said, wouldn't your scientists like to sit under a tree and work? He was taken aback, you know. But then he thought about it and he told me, why not? Why not? I will give them high-end computers and they can laptops and they can sit here and work like this. So we have created this semi-open outdoor spaces for the same building. In this, I don't know whether we saw it. On the ground, this lawn mount goes right up to the upper floor. So the upper first floor also is connected to the ground because of this mount on both sides, all sides. You know. Even the birds have started nesting there. This was another site for the National Center for Cell Sciences, again a government project, where the site was so beautiful. Actually, what happened was this is not belonging to us. Our site is only up to here. But I liked the hill so much, I said that I must bring that hill inside my campus, and this is what we did. The entire hill comes into the campus in the form of this articulated amphitheater. Normally, a museum is looked upon as a closed building, rectangular building, a closed building with, which has no connection with outside. But here, because of this beautiful site near the lake, we created this museum of art and culture in such a way that people go into this museum, come out, interact, again go into this museum, come out, meet someone, interact. So they are not tired and they don't feel claustrophobic inside the museum space. And so all these museum buildings start talking to each other. This is the auditorium, that's the canteen, that's the arrival. And so that's the entrance pathway, that's the exit pathway. This is the main entrance lobby of the building. And we have a ramp which is accompanied by a flowing water body and plants, which takes you down to the main central plaza with the museums around it. I've always felt that only walls, windows, slabs, flooring, these are not the only space-defining elements that we have at our disposal. The yonder hill that you see, the tree that you see, the skies, they are all part of our space-defining elements, and we need to make the maximum out of them. See the shapes of, and see, these steps were made to come to the lakeside from the museum complex, and not a single stone of this building, or even in that Hyderabad project, Lacan's project, was brought from outside. So the building, the energy, embodied energy of this building is quite low. All the stones were obtained at the site itself, even for the laboratory building. So here when we designed these steps, we could have designed them as a 1500 wide or 2 meter wide steps to come down. But we did this in order to get the view of the lake from there, as well as allow the steps to become something more than just the steps. So this space becomes very interactive when there are school trips visiting these museums. See how here, how the sky is participating in the space-making process. Or even this lake here, the hills, they are, I think they are as important as my walls. Now let's see a few examples of how outer spaces affect us and how we affect the space at the house level. We saw some institutions and healthcare. I was taken to this site in Nagpur, near Nagpur, where the client wanted to build somewhere here. But I told him, let me see the site. So I went around the site and I was fascinated by these two trees. This is a beda tree here, and that's the banyan tree here, a small banyan tree here. And I sat under that banyan tree, felt it, and almost took permission from the banyan tree to build there. And can we build around you? And we did that. This is the tree when in the initial stages, and that's the beda tree around on the straight side. And I always felt that there was some kind of a rapport or a relationship between this tree and this tree, so which I strengthened through my design. So we got this banyan tree here and the beda tree here, and we created a lap pool in between, and that links them up beautifully. And each room of this house can get a view of the banyan tree. That's the banyan tree inside the house. Here also not a single stone was brought from outside the site. All the local stones were used. That's the waiting area, the veranda with the living room inside. That's the view of the banyan from the living room. That's the view from the bedroom. And then the tree comes on the dining table in the form of this reflection. Here what happened, as again we're talking about this inner space, outer space, like I used to get a call from this owner. After every 3-4 months, 2-3 months he would call. He would say in Hindi, "Yaar Shirish, idhar bahut sukoon milta hai." He used to say that, "Shirish, I feel a sense of peace and harmony when I'm at my lake house." And he even went to the extent of telling me an example that he was very hot-tempered, short-tempered guy. And he would go and have this road rage fights, like somebody parked on the way, he would go and shout at him and this and that, But he was telling me that all that has calmed down. And he says, thank you for the space and for the tree. And that has cooled down his mind, because whenever he goes there, he is in a different mood. And when he goes back to the city also, he's a changed man. banyan tree from the beda tree and the beda tree from, as seen from the banyan tree. This is another site very near Kolhapur, where the site was beautiful with this lake and the hills. So again, as I showed you earlier, I have tried to keep the tree inside the house and also bring in the lake and the hills into the living and dining room. This is in Bangalore for the Krishnamurti Foundation director. A very, very simple structure, and where we have used recycled wooden telephone poles inside for the courtyard. One thing was here is that they had started digging somewhere else. Because we had seen 3-4 sites, so they had started on another side. But when I went there, I told them this is not it. So we chose this site, and we built around the mango tree there. And later, I learned, and I even got a copy of that, is the lady of the house had written a poem on this tree as her companion, as a part of that house. A beautiful Marathi poem she had written. Our own living spaces during the past 50 years. Actually, what happened, can I have some water, please? Water. Yeah. It's okay. Now, what happened was, when I graduated from CEPT, my brother had just come back from the US after his master's in structures. So my father called me to his room and he says, look, I have kept this money for you. Why don't you go abroad and do your master's at Harvard or MIT? Because CEPT had a connection with Harvard and MIT. So I said, let me think about it. He said, I've kept the money for your travel. You manage there. I told him that I'll let me think. So I went, I took a few days to think about it. And then I told him that I don't want to go abroad, but you give me the money. He says, why do you want the money? He says, I don't want to go. I said, I don't want to go abroad because in architecture, I felt that unlearning was more important than learning. And so instead of going abroad, with that money, I constructed my first house in 1974, long back. And I would stay here, and I learned a lot from nature by living alone over here. This house was at the edge of a cliff, the Sahyadri Mountains, and a little beyond that was the deep valley and forest, and then Konkan. This was the space below, and at the lower level, which was my living room come dining room come, this thing is a cow dung and mud floor. And here, I also learned to share my space with nature, and and nature would share its space with me. I never had a bath in the bathroom during the monsoons there, rainy season. I would go and have a bath there. And these were my companions. This panther would come and sit in that space with his shikar when it was very wet and rainy. And he would sit there, and I would watch it go away in the morning sometimes from the upper window, which you saw. This lizard chameleon used to come and sit next to me for breakfast. Not this particular one, but similar one. And the monitor lizard had made a house in the roof, between the ceiling. This was another house from there. I was living with nature earlier in the earlier house on the mountain. I went down and bought 5 acres of land here where I started living and working with nature. Here we worked on an experiment in self-sufficiency whereby we were as self-sufficient as possible from all the products that we got on the farm. The beautiful thing about this was that there were 5 beautiful old mango trees. You see them here. These are the trees. So we located the trees. We located the trees correctly and planned the house in and around it. And because of this, what happened? Because of this, what happened is that the house doesn't shout at you that look at me, look at me. It has been almost camouflaged and made inconspicuous between the trees. These were that the tree had become part of the living and dining space or multi-purpose space. You'll see that the interior, landscape and architecture, there are no clear-cut boundaries. The bedroom. And now see what happens. I mean, it's a sad picture that I'm going to show you next. We sold this place to someone. That someone died. And his son had a very different inner space. His inner space was so different that he didn't care about the trees. He didn't care about the space, the outer space that we had created. And just to get some more money, he cut those trees. And this is what has happened there. I had tears in my eyes when I went there. And this is what he did. I'm showing this not to disturb you. I'm showing this just to tell you the impact, what our inner space has on the outer space, and what the outer space has on our inner space. And to go back, these were my companions there. The Malabar pied hornbills used to, kind of talk with them. That's the sound of it. Paradise flycatcher. And unfortunately, my wife stepped on this Russell's viper, and that was a big story also. Anyway. This was my beach house, which we did later in between, where again there were these wonderful trees there, where I created a meandering entrance between the trees here, on the right side, extreme right. So every time I went inside, I would say hi to the trees, and every time I came out, I would say bye. And that was the tree which was framed in the window, outside tree, on which a white-bellied sea eagle had made a nest. So the living space, my studio space above the kitchen. From the kitchen, I will tell it later. Here, when I was living there, we had the same space could be turned into a living room, dining room, and a bedroom, the same space, by just moving the cushions a little bit here and there. We had a fantastic phenomenon called the phosphorescence in the sea many times, and whenever that happened, I would go and dive in the sea, jump inside, and your whole body would glow like an angel, you know. It was fantastic. We had the white-bellied sea eagle up there on the nest, on the tree, and then we could see the dolphins frolic in the sea from the kitchen window. My wife could see. So these are the spaces. I mean, this has made my life very rich. I mean, without the riches. This is my latest place. I mean, you're all welcome to visit me here sometime. And this was the site with the lake there, and some of you have come there already, with the hills. Again, I wanted to bring this as into my there. So this is my living room. This is the living room here with our dog. And life is actually very simple. We complicate it unnecessarily. Like when I sit here and face this side, and you are sitting here, I'm in the living room talking to you. And when I feel hungry, I just turn around and I'm at the dining table. And after food, I can just lie down here and have my siesta. So basically, I've tried to simplify life as much as possible. This is from my studio. This is the bed space, uncluttered, very simple. This is our bathroom. This is the basin counter. I mean, this is I mean, now I don't even have one of those things. The powder doesn't exist. I just have the two. And those are enough, actually, for me. And whereas this was from another middle-class family bathroom, in the same bathroom, there were more than 50 kinds of bottles and cosmetics there. Some half-used, some used, some not yet to be used. You know. I mean, do we need so much? You know, the question is, we are talking about the cluttering of space, the consumption in the space. These are my companions there now at the lake house. And these also, we have the bisons visiting us inside, the sambar swims across, and the monitor lizard baby here, which is caught in my bucket, but that continues to live with me. We share the space with different friends and colleagues. I even have my associates coming here, and we sit here and work on our projects sometimes. These semi-open outdoor spaces are also very beautiful and very important in India because our climate allows us to use them so beautifully. This is my latest house in the city, which is made from all waste materials. We left our old ancestral bungalow, which was very big, and it was energy intensive. So I thought that we'll go to and it was getting very congested and polluted there. So we moved out and built a house here. And we wanted to build a house which consumed minimum energy. So we had rainwater harvesting, we have everything else, and we have most of the house is built from waste material, material which people don't want, they have thrown away. These are tiles from the old houses. Not a single tile on this house is new. They're all mixed tiles from demolished houses. The steel that you see here for the columns and for the structure was bought from the scrap market. The walls of the house become, they grow food for me. These are some of the old building products that we used. We had a filler slab with half bamboos, and then we have this old steel that we straightened out and cleaned the rust and used. Some old doors, windows. A tall steel, which is many times wasted on all our sites, is used to make the gate and the compound wall. This is places from where we salvaged the wood, the wooden frame, the entrance door frame. Flooring tiles, which were broken tiles, which the tile supplier didn't want. So we brought them together and made our floor. Even in the toilet also, we have about 8 different kinds of tiles from waste, thrown away, discarded tiles. On the left is the bedroom that we use in the rainy season and in winter, this one. And this is our naturally air-conditioned bedroom on the terrace outside, which we use in the summer. And the morning temperature is 22 degrees, 21 degrees Celsius, which is very comfortable. We have to take a razai in the morning. This is a large rainwater harvesting tank we have, solar water heaters, solar electricity generators. Drinking water harvesting tank is something different. It's kept separately. And in the past few years, we have not used any drinking water from the municipal corporation. Our companions there. We have a bird bath on the terrace. So now, after all this, talking about these projects and all that, what comes to my mind is, can we also be concerned about the space outside our homes and outside our commissioned client spaces? So what happened is, because I sold the ancestral house, I got a good money, and at the age of 60, I went on a retreat for 10 days and tried to find out what were the things which were bothering me. So one thing which was bothering me was the inequity in the society, social injustice. So this social injustice and inequity in the society was bothering me. So when I came back, I removed most of my savings and put those savings in a fund called Humane Equity and Dignity Fund, And the house, when I sold that house in the city, I put that money also in that fund. So that fund has a good corpus now, through which we can help the needy nature and needy people. Like this was the space earlier, and we planted a lot of trees there. And this is what it looks like now. We have planted thousands of trees. Yeah, finishing on. Thousands of trees everywhere. These girls didn't have a toilet to use in a remote village school, and these were the boys' toilets that were there. So we designed and built these toilets for the girls, and they were so happy that the boys started cleaning them also. This was a neglected open space in Kolhapur, where a lot of antisocial things would happen. So we designed and built, I mean, from the funds, a space like this, and created this area under the water tank. We are now in the process of building toilets for 100 slum dwellers. It will increase later, but these are the toilets that we have started making. This government hospital in Kolhapur had this kind of a space as a waiting space for the relatives and all that, in the sun, in the rain and all that, and these kind of sheds. So we, on our own, we decided to make something like this for them. This was before and this is after. This was before, like see the sunlight, they can't sit here because it's sunny, but they got all their bedding and everything here. And it was really bad for them in the rains and in the sun. So this same space looks like this now. We have created this space, and within an hour of the inauguration, they started using that space. It was used like this. This is a photograph taken just 1 hour after the inauguration. We wrote a poem there. We had wash trough for washing the tiffin and dabba and all that. We're making a multi-purpose hall in a slum, a community hall for a slum in Kolhapur. So things like this. So can our designs transcend the measurable, tangible, and gross to include the immeasurable, intangible, and subtle? So these are the last few slides. My works are not designed to create iconic, grand exhibitionist forms or graphic compositions that attract the eye, but to create more humane, socially relevant, more natural and sustainable spaces that nurture the human spirit. And I've started realizing the full meaning of what Samuel Mockbee said long back. He says, as architects, our goodness is more important than our greatness, and our compassion more eventful than passion. So if we can attune our immeasurable inner space as well as the measurable outer space with the wonderful, omnipresent universal space, then every sound would become music. Colors would become a painting, words shall become poetry. Movements shall become dance. The formless becomes a form, mind becomes meditation, and life becomes celebration. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sketches and poems is actually for sale at this very event. But while I'm making the announcement, let me also inform you all that it's almost, so his latest book is almost sold out. But for those who still wish to purchase and grab the signed copy, I'm also going to urge you all, just outside, probably after the event, you can please leave your details with regard to your name, your detailed address, and your phone number, so that your signed copy will be couriered to you within the next 2-3 days. So please don't forget to do that. But on that note, thank you very much, sir. And with that, let's now move ahead to also invite another very inspiring name in the field of architecture. Of course, I'm talking about none other than architect Aniket Bhagwat. his firm, Prabhakar B. Bhagwat, managed to turn 50 in the year 2023. The firm that was started by his father and turned 50 in the year 2023. And we all know that over the last few decades, it has emerged as a rare firm that undertakes landscape architecture, master planning with equal distinction. And it's also one of the very few firms in the country that takes the idea of research and academics seriously. One thing that I guess some of us noticed from the works is that the firm is in many ways an aberration because it has stayed relatively small and has fiercely maintained its size of 40-odd people, but manages to do work that ranges from something amazing, from building new towns, or for that matter, extremely large master plans, public space systems, and innumerable projects across scale, typology, and geography, all done with an exacting process and ideas of investigation, irrespective of scale. So one point that we also notice is that above all of this, the firm also prizes a certain sense of ethics, a compelling openness in sharing what it does with the students and colleagues with no filters. So ladies and gentlemen, let our applause be absolutely unfiltered, with a lot of energy, with a lot of vigor, and a lot of respect for none other than architect Aniket Bhagwat.
No, it's fine. You have to stay here. Jesus, it doesn't stay. Okay, fine. All right. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, let me just get a hang of this. So first of all, thank you everyone for inviting me today. The last day and a half have been incredible. I mean, these juries have been great food for thought, and I can't thank everybody enough, the office bearers of IIA, people from Bombay, the National Committee, and so on and so forth. Really, really fantastic effort, really thinking sort of topics. Let me quickly get on to my presentation. So many years back, I found myself in Kashmir. And for those of you who know Kashmir, it's a piece of land that you can enter through a very, very narrow valley. It's a valley. And you enter it through a narrow mouth. And as you enter it, you start seeing water and land sort of desiccating each other. And then slowly the mountains take over and it sort of holds you with the mountains and the trees. On a very cold morning, I found myself in Srinagar and found myself on the doorstep of this garden. This is Nishad Bagh, and this is a garden done by Asif Khan, and it opened in the 1630, around the 1630. Asif Khan, of course, was the brother-in-law of Shah Jahan, and he had done this garden which has got terraces, and each terrace sort of represents a zodiac sign. You approach this garden earlier through the water, and there's stories attached to this garden. There's one story, for example, that Shah Jahan was very, very deeply in love with this garden and wanted this garden, and Asif Khan wouldn't give it to him. And so Shah Jahan turned off the water, and the garden started sort of drying. And despite the fact that it started drying, one of the gardeners who was very concerned about it put on the water, and the garden came back to life again. So many stories that are attached to it, but one day when I was there, I found myself in front of this garden. And you approach it through this Oot Kamal, it's a bridge, and you go through it. And from there, you start approaching the garden. And slowly as you go up, there is water that is extremely still and limpid. But as you go on higher, the water takes this turbulent form, it sort of gushes and so on and so forth. And then slowly you begin to realize that the chinar trees sort of rise and they completely engulf you in that space. And then finally you sort of go to the top terrace, and on the top terrace you find this very modest pavilion. And then you suddenly begin to understand the drama of the place that you are in. You are between water, and at the back of this is the Zabarwan Hills. So this is a moment of time, a moment of an emotion that is caught between water and the mountains. And when you look at this, you are deeply sort of reminded of the manner in which this garden represents so much of what has happened in Kashmir. Here is a land in deep pain. It's gone through a very difficult time and continues to go through. It's a land that's constricted by the mountains, much in the manner in which these trees of the chinar trees rise. It's a land where water desiccates land, much in the manner in which water runs through this garden. And yet, it's a garden and it's a land that expresses joy, of great, tremendous joy, sometimes repressed, but nonetheless, a sense of joy. And this garden kind of, it was done in 1630s as a pleasure garden, but today for me it became a lens in the manner in which I could look at life and the way that history has treated Kashmir. It became a prism through which for me to understand this whole idea of this land. So that's how the garden is actually situated. It's situated between the Zabarwan hills, and there you can see Kashmir and the manner in which you enter it through a narrow mouth. So really, there are stories, and finally that's what we all are. We are stories. Stories are creatures that have godly strength. They burst out when you least expect them. They lie in wait till their time is right. And they stay imprinted in your mind like no other worldly act can. In a world afflicted by infinite, unverified, unevaluated news, in a world where there seems to be the malaise of wanting everything to be told and the disturbing human act of wanting to know it all, there is little time for reflection, little time to get our bearings, and even lesser time to decipher the meaning of us. We hurl our days into action, each day restless, often unthinking, and in this rush, the sediment of rapidly layered, poorly digested information becomes the hide that robs us of any sensitivity, and with it, the very idea of humanity and the very idea of decency. When troubled, mankind has turned to stories, told as myths, as poetry, as epics that guide us when in doubt. But when the very idea of these seemingly infallible texts are subverted, mischievously told in parts, misinterpreted, where do we turn to? When institutions are assailed, texts rewritten, the fundamental notions of goodness in us thrown asunder, where do we turn to? Our firm turned 50, as was said when I was introduced last year. And in that time, I find that we've turned to telling stories very often. There was a book that recently came out called 250 Things That a Landscape Architect Must Know. And in that, many of us were asked to sort of give a contribution. And one of the essays that I gave in was being a divine storyteller who speaks a universal language. I'm not going to read it right now, but I had said in it for something like like a warm clothes on a cold winter day, our lives are layered with stories. In a world numbed by the onslaught of mindless words and images, honest, powerful stories will be remembered. This seems to be something that has kind of been something that I've enjoyed. So way back in 1987, when I joined the firm, one of the first projects that I worked on was this house that we'd built, a weekend house. And even when we decided to build the house, I remember that we drew many drawings about where the house should be sited. This was a barren piece of land, and we drew wilderness, we drew farms and water, and finally decided that the house would be located at the sort of edge between the forest and the fields. But the house itself was a simple story. It was a deep tube, and there were courtyards as you walked down the tubes, and each of this courtyard told a story, and then the rest of the space then got filled in and became the house itself. The idea of scenography, the idea of movement through space, and the idea of telling stories seem to be something that has become very dear to us and something that we care for. In this particular case, we wanted to tell the story of domesticity, the story of tame nature, and beyond it, the story of wild nature, the story of basil and how basil in our mythology was born out of fire, the story of produce or gardens of produce. And as you walked down, a courtyard revealed itself to you. You walked a little further, you forgot about the courtyard, and the next courtyard sort of came up. That was a house. This was built way back in 1990. And it sits on the edge of this sort of water and wilderness. And there's a deep corridor that sort of ran through the house, but as you walk through the corridor, courtyards started appearing, one in earth. At the back, you can see basil that is growing and the idea of fire that was imprinted in the wall. Another courtyard, just the idea of domestic sort of planting. And then along the way, frames of the wilderness. And in the last courtyard, the way that water fell onto the floor. And along this way, little lenses that were created in which the idea of landscape was sort of magnified. It seems something that we've always wanted to do, something that we managed to do a little more forcefully when we were called to do the landscape of an old restored hotel in Rajasthan. This was Devigad. It was a dilapidated fort. This is in the desert of Rajasthan near Udaipur. It was a bat-infested fort restored by Gautam Bhatia. And it was 100 feet along a hill. And because it was 100 feet along the hill, there were courtyards that began from the ground and went all the way till the top. So you kept on getting earth along the way. And when we found it, of course, they were just names. There was something that was called the Darbar Court or the Zenana Court or the Royal Court or the Court of Stables, but there was nothing in these courts. The fort, of course, was restored, and we worked on the landscape, and one of the first things that we did is, of course, get all the water and put it below in a large cistern so the water was collected. But to express this, we sort of did this water channel, and it kept bending at locations where it started responding to something that happened that was existing. There was a temple that it responded to first, and then there was the old Jaroka that it responded when it turned the second time. So that was the entrance court. You can see the channel sort of a little below the trees. And the way that the channel sort of ran and it kept on responding to things that happened along the way. And then from there you came to the court, which is the arrival court. This is a place called Devigad, Devi as we know what it means. And two rocks sort of represented the idea of the Devi. And behind that we planted this Bohemia tree. Then there was something that was called the Kamal court. There was nothing in this court, but we sort of drew this idealized nature, idealized sort of form of a lotus and carved it into the ground. And water sort of slowly runs through this 250 long feet rill. In another court, it was called the Darbar court or the Royal court, and of course there was nothing. And so we sort of did the entire floor in black, but circumscribed an orb at the edge of the floor so that it sort of started defining the edge of the cosmos. And at the end of it, we placed this rough-hewn stone to act as a boulder, as a throne, and planted the tree of life behind it, as if to look at the edge of the cosmos and look at the chasm beyond. And yet in another court, which was the ladies' court or the Zenana court, there was an old swing that we restored. And then we built a fountain where the water went inside. And this was really a tribute to the manner in which women in feudal lands are often treated. They're subjected to things that they should not be subjected to. And yet they seem to internalize all their pain, put it deep inside them, much like this fountain does. Instead of spewing water outside, the fountain sort of takes it all inside and sort of absorbs the pain. And in other places, we sort of cut these little lines in the terrace, much to echo the manner in which the mountains beyond there stood. At another place, we planted, which is available, an old 4-square garden where we started growing vegetables in a very, very traditional manner, a tribute to the manner in which the original 4-square garden actually started. It started as a garden of produce, much later started becoming a garden of pleasure. And yet, in other places, which were really at the back of the fort, we found these stones and planted sansevierias in them, almost like the headgear of soldiers. The war was now over, these are times of peace, and they looked at the gap between the mountains, alert. So there were stories that were being told all the time, some funny, some a little more humble, and some a little more abstract. Many years later, we found ourselves wanting to do a building in Gurgaon, and this was Gurgaon that was bustling, and we were horrified by the manner in which Gurgaon was. And we were asked to do a building because we saw this town being dotted by a number of glass buildings, all extremely similar, and we wondered how does one react to this kind of urbanity. And we decided that in this urbanity, we needed to scream our sense of being different. So at the end of it, this is what we became. In the middle of all of Gurgaon, we became this rusting piece of metal that sits in the middle of Gurgaon. So that was the building that we did. It's a regular office building, and it wraps itself in cotton steel. It has no windows, but it's got gills, almost like fins, that breathe in, that take in the light, but that refuse to look out. And within the courtyard, so the left is the model of the fins and the gills, but within the courtyard, we wanted to sort of celebrate a courtyard with brick, a brick that sort of kind of danced, that was alive. We also, at some level, wanted to work with the materials that the modernists did, but sort of see whether that material could sort of meet the idea of Indian craft and become something very, very special. So that became the skin of the building, with cotton steel and just gills to breathe in. The building itself. The way that light sort of comes in. And in the courtyard, two walls, one that dances with the lightness of brick, the other more stoic, more sort of solid. And we fired our own bricks and made many, many different kinds of bricks. And we started doing drawings where the bricks were stitched into this brickwork, and the walls itself sometimes swayed and sometimes twisted. So sometimes they bent, sometimes they were turned around, and if you look closely, you can begin to see the stitch of the many different kinds of bricks that were fired in it. It really was trying to tell a story of Indian craft, what happens in Indian craft meets the materials of the modernists, whether it was exposed concrete and brick. It was also trying to tell a story of the way that we responded to the idea of urbanity, how we revolted to the idea of urbanity. It was trying to tell a story of the way that a lot of buildings in those days and even today were alico-born and glass. It had skins that don't age, and we were wanting to do buildings where the skin actually ages. And the basement, of course, which is a parking basement, was done in immaculate exposed concrete. And as a result, it also then gets used for exhibitions and so on and so forth. I'm not getting into details at this point of time. And the way that the spaces happened was bare and honest. I mean, so there is no cladding. The cotton steel skin is the skin of the building. The way that you see the exposed concrete roof, which is done with small wood chips and patterned in a certain manner, is the ceiling. The floor is the slab. There's no flooring about it. There's just a slab that has then been polished. So it was a brutally honest building, and that screamed at the idea of the way that urbanity was being expressed. Many years later, of course, this is a house that we built, and this was on a low-lying space that gets flooded because there's a little mini river, and we found ourselves on two upper sort of areas with two hills and a valley that went between. So it became very sort of exciting to want to sort of straddle the valley and build the house in two bits. This is what the site was when we started work. They said, you know, I'm not getting into details, but very poor water, very poor soil. And that became the plan. And, you know, it's sort of you enter from the lower end and you drive through, and the house is on two parts. That line that you see through is a bridge that runs through it, and there's a valley. And in this house, we wanted to tell the story of nature. One, control nature and wild nature. One, to ride on the cusp of what is controlled nature and what is wild nature. And one, to be able to talk about creating a house as a stage to start looking at the many ideas of nature. So it's a simple model. I mean, the bridge goes through, there are two walls, and the house wraps itself around all of it. On one side, it starts with the order of very, very controlled, very ordered nature, but on the other side, the nature sort of starts becoming wild. It begins like this. And on the other side is this sort of idea of wild nature. It enters through the staircase. You start seeing art that was commissioned when the house was done. It rides through this cusp. On the left-hand side is the wild nature, on the right, the more controlled nature. And this control nature, of course, took the pool, but it also, on the other side, is this completely wild nature. And the lower area gets flooded every year, so the planting is done in a manner in which it floods. There was a theater where there are great concerts. And of course, you know, the living spaces were raised, they have great views, art continues to sort of populate the house. We built this house, and the bridge then sort of goes through the house and descends back into the idea of wild nature. And that's the way that the house sits. It's been about 13 years since we built the house, and things keep changing. Every new year, there's a new visitor in the house. There's new art that keeps getting installed. Just recently, those of you who are from Gujarat and Baroda know Nagji Patel, a great, great sculptor who died, and he hadn't seen his work being sort of erected. This is a column of faith. This was installed in the gardens. Jacques Kaufman erected these figures in a place that we had decided that, you know, we needed some art. In the lake that we had done, he decided to put many spikes, and each one of them with a ceramic head. And we recently did an addition to the house, and that led to the possibility of doing a terrace. So we had already now started seeing the way the fields were and the way that the nature was expressed, and we wanted to bring that idea back onto the roof of the terrace. So the house really, you know, has over a period of time, while it's built and it tries to tell the stories of nature in a different way, it tries to tell the stories of organized nature and disorganized nature and wild nature. The addition of art continues to these stories, and all this new art continues to become sentinels that kind of observe this place and get into a new sort of dialogue. This was an exhibition that we had done in Charles Corrier's Jawahar Kala Kendra. This is something that Rupali had set up called When in Space, and it was to investigate methods of architecture and space making. We know the building, all of us. But at the rear, back of the building was this place which is neglected, which was a dump yard. And we were asked to do an installation that sort of responded to what some of the ideas that Corrier held dear to him, and also be responsive to the building. And so we sort of, we looked at what he was saying. We looked at what Corrier does through his buildings to express space in a particularly simple and visceral manner, and the way that, he organized spaces. And deriving from his ideologies of connecting with nature and articulating space through a simple device, we envisaged and developed an installation that uses a change in the grading of the earth to provoke alternative perceptions of space. The form itself was then designed to engulf one's body in a meandering trail, much like, and the idea of the forms of like the water movement of those in Mandu. It started, of course, with many possibilities of how we would occupy that space. And it became this long sort of path that would rise and engulf you. And we just looked at all the waste material that was available at the site and used all that waste material to create this landform. And we made models for it. And so we wrote a little bit about it. So the medium was earth, debris, construction, and waste. And we talked about Astika, a saint, or is it about a believer? There's a snake, so does Shesha hold the cosmos and keep afloat the gods? So the genesis of creation lie in that which is disposed and destroyed. Is space making an intuitive act of refuge embellished by the cosmic? Is the protector of the soul greater than the one who creates it, buried in this ground now with the refuges of the many acts now recreated? That's the work, very simple, earth, waste, stone. Finally leading to a space that was like this. It's still there in ruins. I think they're trying to sort of make this a permanent installation there. But there was a great act of storytelling that we enjoyed in the making of this installation. We were invited to build a very, very large house in a large orchard, and there was the father of the now client had planted this beautiful orchard, and he had fields on both the sides which he used to use, and unfortunately we were going to use that as part of the building of the house. There was a lovely avenue of jamu trees that we found. So really, this was this lovely avenue of jamu trees here, and a group of trees there is what our site was, and of course the fields on either side. And the house sort of wrapped itself in this. And, we tried in this house to start telling the stories of water because there's an existing pond, and we recreated the pond and built the dining block and the office block on the other side. We built a maze, a scented maze, almost reminiscent of the manner in which these gardens were being enjoyed earlier. And in the fields, we left the agricultural quadrants, but we put this cosmic sort of circles almost to sort of start talking about the connection of agriculture and the idea of the universe and the world. And that is the way that the entire plan sort of started emerging. That's how it looks now. Time is short, so I'm going to sort of run through some of the presentations very quickly, and I'll skip some. This was an office that we did recently for a very, very large corporate building, company. And just before we had done this office, we had been to Arambagh. Arambagh is one of the first gardens, Mughal gardens done in India on the banks in Agra. And we were sort of stunned by the nature of the garden because it's essentially a set of grids. And as you walk along the grids, it's sort of, you know that your body is moving, but you know, your mind sort of registers the movement but doesn't sort of recognize it, and you get a sense of displacement. And we found that as a wonderful idea. So when we were asked to do this landscape for a very, very big corporate, simple blocks on either side, we sort of thought of it as many lines of movement. And we really wanted to tell stories here. So we told the story, for example, number one is a story of islands for birds. Two is really a museum of lost trees, or a garden of lost trees. There were gardens of produce. So we wanted to tell stories about ecology, but nature, but also humility. This is an extremely, extremely large, one of India's biggest corporates. And for them to try and tell the story of the earth, tell the story of land, to tell the story of humility, meant something. They were, like I was saying, the court of lost trees and the islands that I was talking about. So quick film. I'm going to rush through some of this because, so I'll just tell you quickly about, so this is a park that we did in Bombay, and we all know what Bombay is. And we said, what kind of park do you do in a city that has forgotten its history, that has got no time to pause, that has got no ideas of nature and ecology? What kind of public park do you do? And we looked at the idea of, Bombay being created out of 7 islands and the reclamation of it, the textile mills and the collapse of the textile mills, and the fact that everybody's forgotten about the great textile strike. The idea of what the Maidans in Bombay really do, the idea of what the Hanging Gardens was, or the Marine Drive, or that Sanjay Gandhi National Park is such a big resource in the middle of Bombay, but Bombay doesn't seem to look at it. The new infrastructure that Bombay gets created, or the Dutch fort. And we created this garden that really starts talking about each one of them, starts talking about the story of the old textile mills, of Bombay's connections with maritime history, or the 7 islands and how they were put together, or a tribute to the Oval Maidan, the tribute to the Marine Drive, or the arc of the Marine Drive. So it sits on a very busy road, and I'm going to run through these pictures. It starts with the names of all the mills. The floor is done with sort of parts and machine parts, almost as if you're walking on the carcass of the textile mills. It goes up and pays tribute to the Hanging Gardens. And then it descends into this plaza, which sort of references Bombay's connection in maritime history and the 7 islands that Bombay got fused together with. When you look at it, it's like a container yard, or the dashes of the container yard. The idea of the Dadar flower market and a tribute to that. Some details. Okay, I'm going to jump this. So there's a whole public park initiative that we do in Ahmedabad, that we do public parks. We've done 11 of them. I'm skipping most of this. And how we do it. But it led to many parks, and there's a little film about it, but I'm going to skip the film also right now. And one of the parks that we did was interesting. It's a 125-year-old park, and it started as a sort of golden jubilee for Queen Victoria. And it's got great history attached to it. So, Lokmanya Tilak's statue was installed there by Mahatma Gandhi. There's a fountain there donated by a Parsi family who lost their son at a very young age. The Queen statue used to be there. And this was the plan, and of course a lot of it got lost because of city widening. And as in most cases, these were abandoned dumps. And it led to many, many plans in a manner in which you wanted to re-evoke the sort of sense of the formality of the earlier plan, but also respond to what was there and weave your own stories into this making of this park. This became the plan. And this is how the garden looks today. This is a public park, maintained, of course, pretty well. There was a response to the bandstand, which was not there anymore, but this was a new bandstand that was made. The old was sort of conserved and held. The water bodies were restored. And you started telling the sense of this, the history of this place, the narrative of this place, and you weaved in a new narrative. Yeah, okay, fine. So I'm told time's up, so I will end here by just reading this. So it's finally about stories. I mean, different ways, different projects, different stories, some told, some implied, and some that are works in progress, and yet others which invite storytellers to claim the space as a temporary stage and leave behind stories supplanted on the older ones. I think as makers of the spatial realm, we have beyond our work, being correctly realized, beyond it bringing dexterity with light and volume and material, beyond it being sustainable, beyond it being contextual, beyond it being physical, cultural, or conceptual, even beyond it being poetic, we have the responsibility. And we have that responsibility to encode and embed our spaces with eternal clues, stories, and epics that have many layers of meanings. We have the responsibility of writing these stories in our work so that mankind can register, notice, and then reflect, recalibrate, or at the very least, be perplexed and enthused to ask more. Look around you, see the stories being told to you, see what your mind is reacting to. See if it makes you a better person, see if it makes us a better world. And if you think something is amiss, know then that we have fewer and fewer places to call outposts of calibration, spaces of soliloquy, spaces of reflection. We need them more than ever, and it's our calling to write such spaces in our times. Thank you very much.
Firstly, sir, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing across the remarkable projects that have been executed by the team, because this is where we get to learn how thought and design amalgamate and how they come together beautifully. That being said, I've also been apprised of the fact that sir has a flight to catch, which is why if I could please invite architect Vilas Avchat, President IIA, to please come on stage to please present a token of gratitude to architect Aniket Bhagwat. We felicitate architect Aniket Bhagwat for his valuable time and for inspiring us with his work, with his contribution to the architectural fraternity. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you very much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's also time to hear from another stalwart, but before that, I'd like to quickly please invite Mr. Bijit Purushottam, National Sales Head, Everest Industries, to please come on stage. And let's also have another quick sponsor presentation coming your way. Let's also get to hear out all the important initiatives from across these amazing names. Over to you, sir. Hi there. So this is here. To go to the next slide, the big green.
A very good evening. Hope you all are enjoying the evening. I'm Bijit Purushottam. I represent a company called Everest, which is a 90-year-old young company. Our vision is improving people's lives by reimagining spaces. If you look at the typical, what we manufacture is a fiber cement board, which is fire resistant, water resistant, termite proof, and durable. This board can be the creative minds where you create spaces. This can be used in various kinds of applications. If you look at this intersectional drawing, starting from a roof sacking application to a false ceiling, the internal wall lining, internal partitions and external partitions, external cladding, a lot of wall liners, a lot of back liners, mezzanine floors or raised floors. These products can be used in various applications of this sort. And if you are doing a green building, depends on the consumption of these materials in various applications. You can earn 4 to 11 lead points and 23 Griha points. These products are very sustainable, and last 2 days I'm also hearing from lots of entries with people talking about near to nature, choosing the right materials for any applications. One of a fraternity of yours itself, how beautifully you utilize this particular board in a building construction.
This Helipad Vasadi was conceived, designed and built in a span of say around 5 months during the peak of COVID period, that is in 2020. Each and every material was selected on the basis wherein we can execute the whole project with the least amount of time and labor possible. The walls, the decking, the roofing, the ceiling, everything is done with Everest products. In case in the future, if we want to, dismantle it or we want to alter it as the, needs change, these could be dismantled and reorganized in whatever manner we want to.
We create a lot of partitions, of internal or external partitions. We can give a partition starting from 67 mm thickness to 250 mm thickness of a partition wall, a 30 dB to 70 dB, which is a multiplex requirement theater on STC rating. 30 minutes to more than 2-hour fire rated partitions can be done with our products. I mean, this doesn't require cement, it doesn't require sand, it doesn't require water. Purely a dry construction. The product called Super HD, which is a compressed board, one of the unique product available in India, is a Type A category 4 material, which is a weather element resistant material. This can be extensively used in external cladding and any wet area applications. This comes in 6, 9, 12 and 15 mm thickness and 8 feet by 4 feet in size. One of the architects from Bangalore, I'm sure inspired by Ankit sir, he had given a rust feeling or a metallic rust feeling on the Super HD board. Another product which is called as Everest Rapicon panels. This is an aerated cement core material, comes in 2 thicknesses, 50 mm and 75 mm. This product can associate in your project from the time you do piling at site. It starts from a labor accommodation to site offices to internal or external wall or even fire ducts. A majority of shopping malls in Bombay and Delhi, almost 90% of shopping malls is done with this particular product. If you go for a brick masonry construction, including plastering for a 100 square meter wall, it's going to take 21 days. By such dry construction, it's hardly going to take 5 days of time, which also gives you better flow space. This is a new product which is going to launch in India, which is called as color clad material. This is a true painted board, which also have a suicidal effect. When you cut the board, you have the same color. It's going to be a uniform color. Your concern of painting at site will be removed by using this kind of boards. Again, naturally inspired colors. I mean, terracotta red, lime gray, ash gray, and a dark gray, which comes in 8 mm thick and 8 feet by 4 feet, meant for external cladding. A few side photographs of that. We also have Art Series, which comes in very wooden grains. It comes in white primer. It comes in 8 mm thick, again 3000 into 150 mm width. It comes in white primer, which allows you to put the color which you wanted, or 6 different colors options also available. It also can be used in soffit ceilings. Another product is a stone, which you can avoid using natural stone, and which also avoid a dead load onto the wall. We have a stone texture material which has 4 textures. This comes in again in an 8 mm thickness. For the ceilings, we have lots of various textures, homogeneous textures available, tiles, which is easy to maintain, and any utility areas or wet areas, these boards can be used. A flooring solution, when you talk about mezzanine flooring, based on your required UDL, we can design and give it to you boards. It's a privilege, thanks to Iia National Chapter, to giving this opportunity for us to be among such a creative minds. And I'm sure the vision what we have, improving people's lives by reimagining spaces, we can really become helpful to you on creating your better spaces using fiber cement boards. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know this is the evening that we've all been looking forward to. So on that note, before we march ahead and before we move on, I'd like to also please request Nilesh Gandhi, Treasurer, Mumbai Center, to please come on stage. If I could please invite him, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And I'd like to request you, sir, to please felicitate past president and our special invitee for the evening, Architect Rusi Khambata. So if I could please invite Architect Rusi Khambata to please come on stage, sir. Nilesh sir, I'm going to request you to remain on stage. And while we thank architect Rusi Kambata for his valuable presence, I'd now like to also please invite another special invitee we have for this beautiful evening. If I could please invite Gurunath Dalvi to please come on stage, our very special invitee for this evening. Could I please invite Shri Gurunath Dalvi to please come on stage, sir? With that, I'd now like to invite on stage Mr. Ravi Minhas, Director of Raytech Lighting, to please come on stage as well. It's time to probably throw light on the kind of initiatives that your brand is providing in the world of architecture. So if I could please invite you, Mr. Ravi Minhas, to please come on stage.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ravi Minhas, and I'm from Himachal Pradesh. So everyone is thinking why I'm talking about my birthplace, mainly for two things. First thing is it's a beautiful state, and it is a religious state. So every 40 kilometers, you have one temple. And same thing we believe in our company also. Whatever we manufacture, we believe in the aesthetic. The product which manufactured has to be beautiful aesthetically, and it should add some value in your surroundings in day and night. So that is our belief as a company. To do that, this is our strength, we have 4 factories, 40 plus years of experience in manufacturing, 500 plus product in different category, 100 plus team member. We are doing projects across India and globe. We also believe in diversification, so 30% of our workforce is women. See, teamwork is very important for every company, and that is a success story for us also. We believe in a simple philosophy that whatever is the idea somebody has in their mind, it has the capacity, we have the capacity to execute that idea into the product. To do that, I'll just give you a very simple example. 2 years back, we met MCGM, which is Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. They have given us 3 challenges. Number 1, the technical. Number 2, we have to use the existing infra. And number 3 is the product has to be aesthetically appealing, beautiful. When you talk about aesthetic part, that is how we pitch into. And this is the final outcome of the product. When I talk about technical, see in traffic signal, you have a traffic light, which is a round shaped light, which you see. That particular light has certain wavelength. So, you look at the horizontal arm, the red color is exactly matching with the red color. So that is the technology part. We have to control this LED under 3 nanometer. So that is what we have done. We have to use the existing infra. So what we did, we have designed our own controller so we can sync our pole with their controller. So that was the existing infra which we have to use. And this is the final outcome. And I can proudly say that as a company, we are the largest company in India who are executing integrated traffic signal pole across India. Till now, we have executed 2 projects in Bombay. More than 60% signal which you see belongs to us. And second, Nagpur Smart City, we are executing more than 120% signals. if I talk about our presence, we work in both government as well as the private sector. Government, we work with Mumbai Municipal Corporation, we work with NMC, we work with OBCC, we work with SIDCO, we work with Faridabad Smart City, Jaipur Smart City. In private, we work with L&T, we work with Hirandandani, we work with Birla Group. So this is some of our landmark projects which we have achieved in our own brand called Raytech. We believe in core manufacturing. That is our strength. Whatever we do in our company, we have everything in-house. We start with design. We have all the latest software with us, whether we talk about 3D Max, whether we talk about SolidWorks, AutoCAD. Whatever we do, we start with a basic sketch drawing on AutoCAD. It can go to the SolidWorks. We can create 3Ds. It can go to the CNC cutting. It can go for simulation, thermal testing, everything in-house. We have full-fledged 6 engineers in design team who does all this R&D. And my partner, he's a core technical guy, and he's taking care of all this development process. Production, because manufacturing is our core, so we have all the fabrication facilities in-house, whether it's talk about laser cutting, CNC cutting, we talk about painting, powder coating, cementing process, assembly, PCB, fabrication lines, everything in-house. This is one of the glimpses of our facility. We have 8 assembly lines on our second floor. We have a dedicated area for storage and dispatch. Quality is the key to all the manufacturers, and that is what we also believe. So we have all the latest equipment, whether we talk about IP, IK, photometry, everything in-house, all this equipment. We talk about our product portfolio. We are majorly into the architecture outdoor solution company. Just to show you the few projects which we have done. Vantara, everybody's, I think now this is the talk of the town. So we were the part of that project. They wanted us to do something in the pole itself, so we have created this design where the Vantara we have implemented in the pole itself, and we have done hundreds of poles for that particular project, thousands of bollard, spikes, balls, everything is customized based on the customer requirement. Bangalore International Airport, the new approach road, Terminal 2, which you go, there is a street light, which is a leaf-shaped design, which is only for the aesthetic purpose. That is RGBW street light. The complete design was done in our factory from paper till the final production has happened in our factory, designing, manufacturing, the designing of the controller, syncing, everything, and the supply. This was executed by one of our partners. This is one of the examples for one of the private projects in Panvel. So here we talk about the aesthetic, the symmetry. So bollard, if you see that has the same pattern of the pole. That bollard can be used, that pole can be used as various applications as a signage also. So this is the recent project which we have done. Same way, this is for Ujjain Smart City, for one of the private projects in Navi Mumbai, which is NRI complex. G20, we have done lots of jobs. On the extreme right, on the bottom, you see that Indian flag. This is not a strip. This is an integrated Indian flag inside the pole. So this was the concept we have given to them, and we have supplied more than 100+ poles to Nagpur Smart City also. This is one of the projects we have done for Moti Daman. Now, it was also a challenging project. Now we are also got a second order also. The challenge in this project is this particular site is very near to the sea. So all the casting which we have developed, we have used the LM6 alloy in gravity die cast, so we can meet the static requirement. The painting is very critical because we have to meet the coastal requirement of the paint application. So we are using a paint process which is C4 or C5M, where we are applying a special coating technique on the pole so it can last for longer time. This is one of the recent projects in Ghatkopar, which is LVS Road, here also the casting which we have used is LM6 alloy gravity die cast aluminium. This is one of the projects in Baroda, Chandrapur, Nagpur, cast iron pole. Last year we did Rajbhavan, Mumbai also. This area is very close to sea, so they don't want to use anything in metal or something, so This gazebo is made of FRP. We have a factory for FRP products. This selfie point is also made of FRP. This entrance road, entrance which you see, the pergola, that is also made of FRP. So the challenge was in this project, we have to execute this project in 7 working days. So we have manufactured, installed everything in that shorter time. So that was the teamwork which I was talking about. This is the one of the project which we did for one of the Bollywood director, is very known director. On the left side, which you see, the technical and the critical part for this project is this is 28th floor. The terrace floor, wind is very high. It is just facing the Arabian Sea. So this fountain is made of FRP. The design was made based on the customer requirement. We have created the mold, new mold, everything. And this is the final outcome of the project. This is we have recently done 3 months back. One of our projects with the Aditya Birla Group, Century, and we have done fiberglass poles, bollards, and everything. This is our recent project for facade lighting, and the same project was inaugurated by our Honorable PM. So the complete landscape and the facade lighting was done by us in our Raytech brand. One of our clients wanted to us do something in different in FRP, and they wanted to do made in India product. And as a lighting manufacturer and FRP manufacturer, we have just integrated FRP product. We have added the LED into it, and this is the outcome of the project. So this is our export project, which we did export to UAE. It has gone to Zambia. And the challenge was same. They wanted to do something different. We met somewhere in Dubai. Then people visited us in our factory in Vasai. We discussed so many things. And then this is the final outcome. We have done more than 350 plus poles. And now we are working on a new project with the Zambian government on the PPP model, where we want to implement a similar kind of product. We always believe in a new development, and this is what we are doing now under development stage. Everybody is thinking about only the traffic signals. Now we are working on a new development, which is traffic bollard. And this is just a 3D simulation of that particular new development. It has gone approved by Deputy Commissioner of Mumbai Traffic. And now soon, maybe in a few months' time, we are going to implement all this bollard in Mumbai to start with. And maybe then further we will implement all this. And this is going to be a patent product for us. We're going to patent this design also. So this is all about us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you indeed for lighting up the roads, the projects, and our life as well. I think the next time I go via Bangalore airport, I will definitely look at the lights now in a very different way and say, hey, it's Raytech indeed. But thank you so much, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's now shift the gears because it's now time for me to invite our next speaker, an architect whose work transcends the boundaries of design to touch the very essence of humanity and culture. In fact, he draws inspiration from the legendary Pancho Guides and is deeply influenced by the indigenous cultures of Southern Africa. The journey in architecture is also a testament to his profound respect for the African worldview. He's also laureate of numerous accolades, including the South African Institute of Architects Gold Medal and an honorary fellow of the American Institute of Architects. And this evening, he's about to share insights from his talk, The Eyes That See, experiencing India through his enigmatic sketches. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us none other than architect Peter Rich, the Lion of Africa. Let's have a gigantic round of applause, everyone. Please help me welcome architect Peter Rich.
Okay. Next slide to do that. And if you want to point out, this is your pointer. Okay, thank you. And I can talk into this mic? Yes, sir, absolutely. Okay. Sure, where am I? Yes, good evening. the IIA Awards Committee, the executive, Duganand, Kirin, Nilesh, I just want to thank you for making me a guest and to give the opportunity to share with you. And what I'm going to do tonight is surprising. I'm not going to show you work. I'm going to show you how you've gifted me. About 10 years ago, I was in Trivandrum, and a young girl who was studying architecture walked up to me and she said, "Sir, can you please give us your eyes so that we can learn so that we through drawing can learn to see?" And that changed my life. It was the beginning of the gift exchange that happens in your country. And it happens with colleagues, it happens in your industry like nowhere else in the world. And what happened is the next day, it was a Sunday, and at 6 o'clock in the morning, we got 178 students. And they didn't just say, "We're going to sketch." They said, "Sir, where are you going to be in the next 2 weeks? Because we want to show you what we've learnt." So what I'm doing today is as gift exchange, I'm going to show you what I've learned from you. Okay, that's the gift I want to share. This is the opening sentence of Doshi's forward to my privilege forward to my book. It's just the opening sentence, okay? And he understood when he saw my drawings that where it takes me. And when you draw, you go to places that you've never been, and you draw as part of the search to try and find the way. I've structured this across a number of your states, just as a way of starting the journey. And with Kerala, just sitting next to the boats in Cochin, at a change in level. Sorry, I need to go back. Sorry, how do I go back? Whoops. I needed to go back. Yeah, there we are. And this is just between Aleppi and somewhere else, and there's this temple. And I suddenly found myself doing two things. One, I was trying to draw with my pen the thickness of prayer between these two trees that were a temple. And the bottom shot is in the backwaters of Aleppi, and my senses could smell the oil, the diesel oil that was on the water, and there was beautiful sounds of children coming across the water. Now, when you draw, you have the brain in your hand that informs your brain. It's a thinking hand. But you also enter into a subconscious state, and you enter into this particular relationship. And here I found myself trying to draw that wax that's actually part of that tree, and then the ceremonial and sacred artifacts that you actually have, together with that waterside thing. And these drawings are imprinted in my subconscious. Sometimes you draw them for all sorts of different reasons, but you have to compose them. You have to, if you've got a Lamy pen, you've got to decide, am I drawing a sliver of it, which is when you do it this way, or am I going to be drawing it as a landscape? That's a design decision, okay? So you enter into that relationship, but you also enter into a phenomenological relationship, because you've got the sense of smell, you've got the sense of taste, you've got the sense of touch. That's part of what you're doing. And then I went to Tricia, and I met the young Lijo and Remy, who were starting out on their career, and they took me to these beautiful sites. And I was just in awe and absolutely spellbound. I'd seen similar structures in Scotland, but I didn't know they were here, okay? And this was just their way of introducing me to their piece of land. And some of these drawings I'll show you I do very quickly, because we're not there for long. And then while waiting for the aeroplane, I've noticed where the sun comes from. I never draw from photographs. I find that sort of like cheating, and somehow you lose the karma of what you're doing. And then they took me to a place of the elephants, and it was one of my first experiences of establishing how you develop that relationship with the water, which is so special, which you're having to claim back for yourselves, as Hindus because it's something that was sacred and it's something that's been abused. And this is the comment made by that architectural student. And they're just in it was, it's the opposite of entitlement. It's the opposite, and those are the gifts that you've got as a community of architects, as Indians. You don't understand the gold that you've got in your hand. You keep looking further afield. There's a discourse of architecture that happens certainly between Nandan Durga and Balsava and colleagues of mine that you don't get in London, you don't get it happening in New York, you don't get it happening in Copenhagen. It happens right here. And I think you take it for granted, and I'm just wanting to remind you. And then the fishing boats. Tony Joseph encourages me to stay with the usual generosity in one of his small boutique hotels. And with my daughter-in-law, who was attending a retreat, we go out every day. And on the first day, we draw that. On the second day, we draw that. And then we get intrigued with what we're doing here. Okay? And you're going each day, you're sort of revisiting. And it's not about technique, it's about just engaging. And this is a drawing in a much smaller little drawing book, so it's cruder. So you're exploring that quality of line, and then you draw this, and you actually come in, then you actually start realizing how there's this wonderment of this Chinese fishing thing, and you're engaging with it at different levels. And when is the drawing finished? Is this finished? Does it get rendered? Does it not get rendered? And that's part of the decision making. And where's the very quick one that you do? I can remember being with Anita Chowdhury on this very beach, and the sun was coming up, and I drew circles instead of the vertical lines, the circles for the sky. I haven't found that drawing, but somehow I can actually smell that seaboard. I'm transported right to Cochin when I do this, which is not the same as a photograph. And then we were waiting to, as architects, through J. Krishnan and the chapter in Trivandrum, actually see how we as architects could engage with the floods. It was at election time, it never happened, but we were Aaron Muller, and we went to where they make those beautiful glasses, the glass that's made out of sand. And so I drew the plan, I drew the atmosphere of that place, I drew the street, I drew the kitchen. We went into the people's kitchen, you drew their plan, and then on the veranda you were in, you looked across at something that was across the way, and it became compelling to you. And this was before Doshi said, where's the darkness in your work? You know, he asks that. And I realized that later on when I got into more sacred spaces, I'm almost looking for the light in the dark, and I'm looking for the darkness in the light. And then you meet people like Avinash, who's you know, under contention tonight for as part of the wards. And he's young and he's in his 30s, and he's drawing the darkness better than anybody else. And then you go to the street, and the flood line was actually up to almost waist height when you were up there. So while you were waiting for this team to assemble so you could be of use to the floods, one did these drawings. And then you discovered these boats, and these glorious boats, and then how do you represent that boat? And then you find one that's sleeping at its moorings, and you find another one that's there. And we all know about the boats, and someone I've talked with in Vodadara has just come with their students as part of construction, and they've studied these boats, and they've gone to Cochin, and they've gone to Calicut, and they've gone to the boatyard, and they've learned construction through boats. The nave of a church is from boats. A lot of the lineage that the British had was learned from the carpenters of boats, the jetting idea when things move out. So suddenly you've got all of this knowledge right there. And then a session in the banana market with students, a quick drawing. But you can smell the bananas, okay? And there's a sacred space. And then giving the students a chance to draw. And you run a workshop there, and you not only run a measuring workshop where you measure up the original units which have then been added to because of the monsoon, but you start drawing space at various levels. Okay, you can see this is 23, it's last year, it's not so long ago. And then you draw the darkness, okay? And this thing of how you get the add-ons with the monsoon that actually happen. And Doshi says, you know, it's all there, it's all in the village, the clues are there, you've just got to immerse yourself and find the clues. And what did we see today in the work of Berry, and also in the work of the lecture we've just seen? We saw the village repeatedly occurring itself because it was the spaces in between, and I've learned that from Africa. And then you discover little gems. This is Joseph John, who's built a studio which is on stilts because it floods, and it's the most beautiful building. I've got to finish these drawings. I just took the one I did on the spot, but the way you enter on a series of half levels, and just the architectonics of how he's made that space, which takes you up where you sleep, and his studio is further back. So I'm starting to find these gems, and then I'm starting to get hold of the drawings, and I'm starting to do articles on these beautiful little gems. I took Rahul Malhotra here. He couldn't actually believe it. He's done books on Indian architecture, and you suddenly find this gem. The architect's recently given up architecture and is doing the most amazing ceramic work and abstract art. And then I visit Dean de Cruz, who's here in Goa, and the beauty of his colonial house, and the detail of the add-ons that actually happen because of the veranda and its height, and I should imagine the monsoons. So you start getting engrossed with that, but you also start looking at the transitional spaces that go out. And one of the reasons I'm teaching you this is we recently won a competition. This is for the students. A leading practice in London, 300 strong, approached 3 of us, our little practice, to join them on an international competition for a new green city in East Africa. And we won. And we won it for them because I'd gone and walked the streets and I'd observed the ordinariness and the spiritual values that ordinary Rwandans had adapted to change since the genocide, incorporating their culture with the influences of colonial masters, etc., but how they engaged the land in both an urban and other contexts. And all of these things, we took the good manners that you learn from this about a threshold, and we translated it into the urban design practice because we've lost the alleyways, we've lost the tight spaces, we've lost the edge. You haven't in India, you've got it all. But try and speak to some urban design practices in the world, they haven't got it. And there's Dean's studio, a little drawing of the veranda, the section, the plan, because sometimes the drawing is also analytical. You're not just looking at the space for ambience, you're looking at something else, and you're looking at proportion, or what are you looking at? At least it puts you through your... And then a project done with Durganand Balsava with his students in Chennai, where we walked down Armenia Road, and you could actually see the influence on commercial architects of Le Corbusier with the Brise Soleil that was actually happening. And we started measuring those. We started looking at them. We started talking, giving lessons on the value of architecture, on the modernist thing that you actually break the symmetry. But you've got this rhythm, and how's it organized vertically and how's it organized horizontally? And then you go into the spaces. It became this fantastic. And then we went to Mamapuram, and here we were told we couldn't sketch. So I ran ahead of the guards and sketched before they caught up with me, and then I ran again. I was an Olympic athlete. They couldn't catch up with me. But what I did is I did these very quick sketches, and I love them because they're actually delicious, because they've got that molten quality which that particular place has. And then one goes to the great darkness that you find and the sense of sacredness in these spaces. And again, I do the drawing quickly. I'll show you just now, and then this scratching is done on the aeroplane when I go home because I've taken note where the light comes from. So you also get into that subconscious space. And just the scale, and sometimes there's a drawing that measures the size of that scale and looks at it proportionally to what it actually is, because you're learning about proportion, you're learning about scale, you're learning about rhythm, you're learning about repetition, you're learning about color, you're learning about shadow, all of the lessons which are the basics of architecture. I took students from Anand University recently to the Indology, and we stood there and I gave them a lesson approaching Indology as its concept, and I took them back to the courtyard, and by the time we got there, they said, but we seem to have had a whole lesson on architecture. They're very involved with theory at their school. They hadn't had a lesson on architecture. And then you draw one thing and it's not right, and you draw it again and it's not right, and you draw it again, it's not right, but it doesn't matter. At least you've tried to perceive, and there was a certain quality that was happening there with light. And then you go to the bigger spaces. And where do you position yourself? How do you establish a composition? Foreground, middle ground, okay? Do you render the positive or the negative? Those are all design decisions. So it becomes part of your subconscious. And what's the proportioning system? Is it the golden section? Is it the square? And oh, it's actually pre-manufactured. An engineer actually tells you. And then you get involved with this, and you've got this simple rhythm, and you've got this pavilion, and you draw the plan of it because you have this incredibly beautiful space. I was standing with Rajith Karpalia in the Nalanda ruins just 2 weeks ago, and he said, this space is exactly the dimensions of Sangath. Okay, and we measured it. It was perfect in height and that. So you're establishing that accord all the time. And then you come across something that's beautiful. And you don't necessarily understand the ritual. I've got a few Hindu teachers who I consult, but I'm just being observant here about something that's very beautiful, okay? And I'm working with the lotus flower in China, and I'm working with the lotus flower here, and I'm starting to establish a whole number of things. And recently I was taken with a wonderful man at Kumbhi, a tour up to the top of a mountain, and there was this peacock that was positioned in this position, and there was the late afternoon light coming in. And it was just a sacred space. But you draw the plan, you draw the space, and you draw out some. And then you start looking with Durganand at a town just south of Chennai, where Doshi went, and he found so many different kinds of bananas. I think he went bananas, taking 16 types of bananas home. I hope he ate them all. And you actually find this whole thing of street edge. I mean, it's what we're looking for in our work, and with incremental growth, and how, you know, whether you're looking at Korea, or whether you look at the idea of the village, or you're looking at Doshi, the activated street edge, you've got it all. Don't throw it away by messing up your minds with smart city ideas which aren't very smart at all. And then you start drawing a section through it, and you look at how air movement goes, and you visit the Kanendi brother, and you actually see beautifully how he builds a house that's actually on a slope. And we're trying to tell our British partners, because we're building on a slope, you need to actually learn from the Indians, because if you put the staircase parallel with the wall and you have half levels, you don't end up with a 3.5 meter retaining wall at the back, you end up with a 1 meter retaining wall, because the answers are all there. It's been done by Indians who've been urban for 8,000 years. This was a saying that was at my Venice Biennale, which I didn't include because it's not about India. That's another lecture. And then we go to Badami, and you discover this water edge. And you do the same drawing once or twice. That's a quick drawing, okay? Then you do the other one. You go to the other side. And then you notice that there's a rangoli, and there's a marking, and then there's a threshold of entrance and another threshold of entrance, and you draw that. And it becomes part of who you are. And then you're saying to Indian students, don't just talk about front door and talk about front gate. Go home and speak to your grandmother and speak to your mother about the language which is your language, where you come from, because you seem to have many languages. And you will find there's a whole additional meaning, and you'll actually respect that threshold in a more beautiful way than the glib use of a word that you've acquired because it's cool to talk English. And then you find another frame view. And do you position it this way? Do you position it that way? And you suddenly, my God, you know, the gods and the goddesses have aligned with the stars, because you actually can't believe you get goose pimples that you're actually in this place. And it is so beautiful. And then while you're in that town, you bump into a family where the dark house is. And I get Jay Krishnan to say, Jay, go and measure the relationship with the square down the road, because this has got a context. And I'm going to look where Granny lived. She had the cattle in front, okay? There was a change in level that came up. She had a bedroom, she had a living room, she had that. And how she's passed, and what her grandchildren have done is they've acquired the back courtyard, okay? They've kept the front part. They've put the puja in that particular place. They've increased the side of this. How they've adapted to change as a family and are living a wonderful life within the context of that particular thing. Now, whether you're into heritage or whether you're into conservation, it's a beautiful example. And all the detail is there. You draw the detail, and then you go and find a similar settlement with a southern Brahmin up in Telangana, and you learn. And there's the neem tree, there's the thing of ritual, there's that. So it's a wonderful story about adaptation. And then you get taken to Hampi on a train. You board it outside of Bangalore and you travel overnight, and eventually you get there. You've never been, but it's this incredible place, okay? And you've done these, there's a processional way. And this is the drawing you do on site, this is the drawing you do that evening, okay? And you look at the relationship of that particular built form to that mountain, jumping to conclusion that it's a sacred alignment, whether it is or it isn't, it doesn't matter. As an artist, you've got that to bear with. And then you look at a beautiful transition down a series of steps and just how that elephant is inscribed on the side of that particular space. And do you shadow in the sky? Do you not shadow in the sky? Do you give the shadow? When does it give depth? When does it make it pop? When does it make it actually work? And then you look down on a temple, and then you go down to the temple, and you actually realize that was a processional way. There were probably elephants, there were probably big functions, but there's a change in alignment. You don't know why, but you start getting into that particular space, and you start experiencing it. Drawing done on the spot, drawing finished. Okay? The indication of where the shadows go, and there's a rhythm there. Okay? And there's the rocks. Mathaga Hill. And another one. And when you do the drawing, you're not really happy with the drawing. Maybe I need to, but you're not going to have time to redo it. And maybe at my age, you're never going to get back here in your life. So you just stay with the drawing, okay? And then you look at the drawing 3 years later and you say, God, this is beautiful. Who did this drawing? And then, you know, how are the orders actually organized on those columns? Okay? And when are they Jain and when are they something else? Because it's a very beautiful way of doing things. And the soffit, the importance of the soffit. And the Queen's bathhouse, you actually pace out what the module is, and then you notice the difference between two. The one is, I think, well, these two are sextagonal, but the way it sticks into the space, and then the way people use that space, okay, when they sit in it. But the quality of light that actually comes from it. Is the drawing finished? Is it not finished? There's the quality of light, okay? There's the ribbing. There's the thing that articulates it. There's the thing that gives it that absolute resonance. And I was taken aback because that beautiful castle at Udaipur that we were shown with Aniket, I had the privilege of being hosted there for a week recently. So I didn't know he did the gardens, but I know every square inch of that garden. And the rocks. We've got rocks like this. We've got the same system, but we don't break them up like Hyderabad's broken them up. And then you realize, you know, it's Greek, it's Italian. What are the panels on St. Marco's? Were they stolen from here? Were they stolen from there? There's this whole other story which comes into play, and it has to do with how you articulate the roof, how you articulate the vertical, how you articulate it, what the order of the architecture is. And then you find a building downstairs where it's this square and it's got this radiator, it's got this edicule in the middle with this absolutely beautiful resolution. And it becomes imprinted in your mind. As does this. And these are quick drawings. Stop the car and just want to look. Quick drawing. Like the quick drawing. Another one, you just moved your eye level down and you've got the sense of enclosure that's there. And then you get there, and as you walk up the hill, you're almost drawing these drawings from the hip on a tiny little A5, okay, with a glimpse through. And then this drawing, which, you know, at one stage I'll do the drawing where I put the water in, and I put the sky in, and maybe I put the darkness in, so it becomes another drawing, and maybe dark, but that'll be a different drawing. But my God, the quality of urbanism, it's all part of who I am. And then the street that goes there, and this happens to be the house of a Brahmin who invited us in. So what you do is you don't just look at the street and the quality of street and the overhang and the transition with the stormwater drain that actually goes around the front. You go and measure it, and he talks to you and he shows you how they live and how they go to the back and what they do in the backyard. And that's what we need to do, because we need to learn from that. And then a student who interned with me, and she had a problem waking up in the morning. She got, when I came to visit her in Hyderabad, Sudha Reddy's daughter, Mirudula, she got up at 3 in the morning to take me to the Mysore market. Okay. So I'm going to go quite quickly. And another visit to a sacred space. Okay. Quick drawings from the flower market. Telangana. You're actually in Hyderabad. You're having something to eat. You're looking at this. You've got Harry, who's in his 30s, who's done this beautiful building, which is a mosque. And you try and understand what he did, and then you actually go to the great ruins that are actually in the town, and you go to the place where a poet was prisoned, and there's a borrowed light that comes in. And then you measure up a house, and you do the cross-section, you note how the wood, you note the transition, you learn so much about that culture just through documenting that. And then you go to Varangal, and you get into the darkness, and you start looking at what is the geometry, what is the plan, how does that actually sit, what is the thickness of prayer within the space with the way light is actually handled. And you do one drawing, you do a second drawing, you do a third drawing. And then you actually have a look at how this is actually proclaims itself in the landscape. And then you also realize that those ancient cultures, they realized seismic forces. They designed so that buildings could move. And is it an unfinished drawing? It's what you're looking down on. Maybe you'll never finish it. Maybe you don't need to. And then you go to other and you get glimpses down into other landscapes. And one of Sudha Reddy's early buildings, which you try and understand. And then you go to Maharashtra, and you're here in Mumbai, and you draw a sliver of something. And when does a sliver of something mean something? And then you go to Ellora, and when does that sliver encapsulate the whole, and it's as potent as the whole? And there are 4 slivers there. They're all slightly different. And then we go with the Maliks to Tungi, and this, out of the waters has emerged this temple, and it's the most incredible piece because the chess pieces of the culture have been washed to one side. I think it's been restored, and you cross over to Elephanta, and then Mandu. I've had a whole love affair with Mandu. I'm working with Bharatram Rutharam on a book, and Abba Lumba's involved in the masculine architecture of the Afghans. The way you deal with water, the perfume pools, and then with a little bit of artistic license, you start exploring in an allegorical way what that actually means, okay? And what the feminine principle means in terms of windows, in terms of how you experience them. And then you go to the Kund of Light. And I was going to draw the steps in there and just the sky and the water. That's all that drawing needs. This has got enough. That's looking the other way. And then you have a moment because they lend you the key for 5 minutes to open the door and look at the Kund of Darkness. It's like a Ledoux space when you've got a section. We've just found all the drawings of this in plan and section. And the Dalai Khans too. And then you do this drawing, but you've run out of space, top and bottom, because you should have drawn the Kund. So you go back home and you actually set it up, and you do a series of drawings that start looking at it. This is where my iPhone got stolen. I'm sure it was the monkeys, and the Commissioner of Police brought a new iPhone to present to me at a AAAI function I was giving in an open lawn in Indore as a gesture of the Indian people because my phone had been taken. all the paradoxes of India. And then, you know, architect Rajay drew this particular, and I have discussions with K. Dungavala about this beautiful place, and you've got Ramputi's place up at the top of the hill. And you look at the implied diagonal that happens. You look at this, and while I'm drawing this, a student slips down beside me. It's Dweej Hepara, who's Niran Hepara from Vodadara, who's heard I was in Mandu, and he's come to find me on his bicycle. And we become friends. The before and after drawing. And then this before and after drawing, which is very potent because this is all about the love affair for whoever the person was. And it's everything that's architectural about the space. And shadow. And then how do the tribals work? And how's the modern tribal? It's like Le Corbusier designed it. You should actually look at the modulation of it. It's incredibly well done. And then quick trip to Sanchi. What to draw, what not to draw. Okay. And then in conclusion, you're waiting for students on the fringe of the town. You know, students, architectural students are like herding cats. You look at this corner and you see there's an otlar, there's a raised thing, a privacy gradient. There's the extension of the roof. There's a public way through, and there's a corner with this opposite. And what you learn from architecture, just from those two quick sketches, are absolutely amazing. And then Chaya, Neelkant's Chaya. I'm doing an article on his house. I did these just recently. I haven't had a chance to work them up. The anonymous house that you approach. And that's the threshold. And it's all separated because of seismic movement, but it's actually a water tank with a roof that collects the water. And then you go down. And then you have this ultimate statement of relationship with nature. Okay, where you sit and you just contemplate. Okay? In the most beautiful way. And I recently did this one, which is the minimal balustrade with no other balustrades. You can't take the Britishers and the Australians there. There's no health and safety, thank goodness. And there's Chai sitting. This is a drawing I've got to complete. And this is a drawing from the inside. And then you find a little stool, which is actually the design for the space. The stool is the edicule for the bigger space. And you just get totally delighted. And then you visit Luperera, and you visit Kirimpande, because they were the teachers of a large number of students today who are practicing good architects. They all refer to these people with love. And books are now coming out. Kiran's got a book out. And I learned so much by being in these houses. I just wanted to meet these people who were the backbone to schools of architecture, and their work needs to be exhibited. That's what the IIA needs to do. You need to exhibit this. And man, you know, as a South African, you pinching yourself. Abalamba got us to send our passports, and she made us part of the construction team so we could actually get inside. And these are the drawings you did. There were the quick ones, there were the distorted ones, there were the other ones. And then just in conclusion, you can see there, the 29th of the 2nd, 24, just a few weeks ago. I had a chance to spend 3 hours. I've never had the chance in the Mill Owners Association. And I suddenly looked at the plasticity of space. I looked at light coming in from both sides. I looked at the volume, I looked at the grid imprinted on the wall. I looked at the order and the breaking of the order and the feeling of plasticity. And I started swimming inside Corb's paintings because he couldn't have done this without painting. And I started understanding that dynamic. And then I went with de Gunnand into the auditorium, and the beautiful way he's taken cheap plywood and put it on an angle so it spirals you up to the light. And I just feel completely blessed. When I've been there before, I've been too much in awe and experienced it to be able to draw it, but suddenly I had to draw it. And the students were from a university in Ahmedabad, and they'd never been, and they were in final year. So we need to go back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to inform you all that architect Peter Rich, he celebrated his birthday on 20th March, which is just as recent, but guess what? He was on his flight en route to Mumbai to be a part of this evening. Can we have a special round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you.
Nilesh, when I arrived at the hotel at 3:30 in the morning, he had a chocolate cake for me. I've never eaten chocolate cake at 3:30 in the morning before. That's the hospitality of the IIA.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you again. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you so much, because this truly shows your passion for architecture, your passion that you wanted to share with us this evening, and we thank you for your invaluable presence, if I may put it this way. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I know all of you have been eagerly looking forward to the highlight of the evening, which is the awards ceremony, but let me tell you, we're about to get started with that in a little while. Before that, we have some interesting and some very important felicitations that we'd like to do, so we get that started. First up, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take a minute to also thank our event partners for their valuable support. So if I could please invite on stage architect Kurian George, architect Sandeep Prabhu, and architect Nilesh Dholakia, so that we can go ahead and felicitate our amazing event partners for their valuable presence and support with us for the program. So if I could once again please invite architect Kurian George, architect Sandeep Prabhu, and architect Nilesh Dholakia. Well, first up, we'd like to please invite on stage Mr. Krishna Srivastava from Bison Panel. If I could please invite you, sir. And if I could please request our presenters to please do the honors of felicitating you for your valuable presence with us and sharing your support with us this evening. Thank you very much, sir. On that note, I now invite Mr. Ravi Minhas from Raytech Lighting to please come on stage. I now invite on stage Mr. Umesh Piani, Director, Color India. I'd like to please invite on stage Mr. Umesh Piani to please come forward, sir. Mr. Umesh Piani, Director, Color India. May I now invite Mr. Bijit Purushottam from Everest Industries to please come on the stage, sir. gentlemen, now we'd like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude and also recognize the invaluable contributions of the remarkable individuals who have played a pivotal role in the success of the Iia National Awards 2022. So first up, if I could please invite on stage architect Vilas Avachat, President Iia, to please come on stage, sir. So I request you to please felicitate our chief guest and juror, none other than architect Peter Rich. If I could please invite on stage architect Peter Rich, our chief guest and juror. So I now request you to please remain on stage, and please invite on stage none other than our guest of honor and juror, architect Shirish Beri. Thank you very much, sir. I now invite on stage architect Jitendra Mehta, Vice President IIA, to please come on the stage, sir. I request you, sir, to please felicitate our juror, none other than architect Prem Nath. Can we have a huge round of applause as well? For one of the most beloved veterans of the industry, architect Prem Nath. On that note, if I could also please invite our juror, architect Virendra Vakhlu. So if I could please request architect Jitendra Mehta to please felicitate architect Virendra Vakhlu. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. On that note, if I could please now invite on stage architect Tushar Sogani, Junior Vice President IIA, to please come on stage. I request you, sir, to please felicitate our juror, architect Durganand Balsavar. Architect Durganand Balsavar has a lot of fans from what I see over here. Thank you very much, sir. May I now please invite on stage architect B. Sudhir, Honorary Treasurer for IIA, to please come on stage, sir. And I request you, sir, to please felicitate architect K.T. Ravindran, our juror. Thank you that note, thank you, sir. On that note, if I could please invite Architect Rani Bedamuthu, Joint Honorary Secretary, IIA, to please come on stage. Ma'am, I request you to please felicitate Architect Rajiv Sathe, our juror. So if I could please invite Architect Rajiv Sathe to please come on stage. All right, then let's move ahead and let me please invite our juror, Architect Vikas Dilawri. All right. So on that note, let's also... Architect Vikas Dilawri, our juror. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll take that energy forward and let's now move ahead and let me please invite Architect Akshay Beuria, Joint Honorary Secretary, to please come on stage, sir. And I request you, sir, to please felicitate Professor Binumol Tom, our juror. So if I could please invite Professor Binumol Tom to please come on stage. Thank you very much, ma'am. Akshay, sir, I request you to remain on stage. Akshay, sir, just one more felicitation from your side. I'd now like to please invite on stage our juror, Architect Rupal Deshpande. If I could please invite Architect Rupal Deshpande to please come on stage. All right, so then on that note, we'll move ahead. Thank you very much, sir. May I now please invite Architect Sandeep Bowdekar, Joint Honorary Secretary, to please come on stage. So I'm going to request you to please do the honors of felicitating our juror, Architect Jehanara Poonawala. Thank you very much. And on that note, I'd also like to now invite our juror, Architect Anahita Shivdasani. Very much. Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite on stage Architect Kurian George, Chairperson, Iia National Awards Committee, to please come on stage, sir. And I request you, sir, to please felicitate our juror, Architect Vinita Sapre. Architect Vinita Sapre. All right, then let's move ahead and invite Architect Kirtida Unwala, also our juror. I believe she's left for the day. I further request you, sir, to felicitate Architect Rimpesh Sharma, our juror. we can continue with that music and the applause as well. We can have a bit of both and the best of both. All right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we now march ahead to the felicitation of the II committee members and our special invitees. So first up, if I could please invite on stage, once again, Architect Akshay Beuria, Joint Honorary Secretary, IIA. If I could please invite you, sir, back again. This is the felicitation of the IIA committee members and the special invitees. Sir, I request you to please felicitate the Iia National Awards Committee chairperson, none other than Architect Kurian George. Yes, sir, again. Request you to remain on stage. Moving ahead, I request Akshay sir now to also please felicitate the Secretary, IIA National Awards Committee, Architect Chetan Kumar. I'd now like to invite on stage member IIA National Awards Committee, Architect Durganand Balsawa. All of you to please remain on stage. I'd now like to please invite Architect Sandeep Bowdekar to please come on the stage. Architect Sandeep Bowdekar, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA, to please come on stage. Akshay sir, I'm going to request you to please join in because after that we'll also have a group photograph. But Sandeep sir, I'm going to request you to please felicitate Architect Rimpesh Sharma, member IIA National Awards Committee. I'd now like to invite on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Architect Sanjeev Joshi, member IIA National Awards Committee. Sir, I'm going to request you to remain on stage while I invite Architect Sanjeev Joshi. On that note, thank you very much. I'm going to request you to please join in, sir. I'd now like to invite Architect Rani Bedamuthu, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA, to please come on stage, ma'am. And I invite you to please felicitate Architect Ashok Patil, member IIA National Awards Committee. I'd now like to invite on stage May I now invite on stage Architect Kiran Kale, member IIA National Awards Committee. Request Rimpesh, sir, to receive on her behalf. All right, so now what we're going to do is we've got all of you on stage. I think this is our moment to capture it all on in a group photograph. Let's have you all come forward. Well, that being said, the group photograph will be incomplete if I do not invite none other than the President IIA Architect Vilas Avchat, Vice President IIA Architect Jitendra Mehta, and Junior Vice President IIA Architect Tushar Sugani. So if I could also invite you on stage for a quick group photograph, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to request all of you to please take your seats, to please join the audience as we move forward to the next segment of the program as well. All right, as we move ahead, I'd now like to please invite on stage architect Leena Nimbalkar, IIA Brihan Mumbai member, to please come on stage, ma'am. And I'd like to invite you on stage to please felicitate architect Divya Kush, past president and special invitee. So if I could please invite architect Divya Kush, past president and also special invitee. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us at the program. Thank you for your valuable presence with us this evening. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much, ma'am. Up next, may I please invite architect Shilpa Sharma, National Council member, to please come on stage. Ma'am, I request you to felicitate architect Madhav Diobakt, past president and special invitee. So if I could please invite architect Madhav Diobakt to please come on stage, sir. Could we have a special round of applause for the veteran that architect Madhav Diobakt sir is, for his invaluable contribution to the community, to the fraternity. thank you, sir. We thank you, sir, for your valuable presence. Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening, fellow architects, students, and invited guests. I am standing before you to say a few words. I won't take long. And on this occasion, I have become nostalgic. So please pardon me if I talk about things that have been in the past. And then I am also going to talk about what I have witnessed over the last 2 days here, as also what happened in Bhubaneswar and Lucknow. First of all, I would like to mention Akhtar Chauhan, who started the JIIA Awards in 1988 when I was the president. I believe he is in audience. Can you stand up and be recognized, Akhtar? And he did it continuously for 4 years. Next, I want to mention Rusi Khambata, my predecessor, a very dear friend, and as president of Commonwealth Association of Architects, he made me the chairman of Education Committee. And I had the pleasure and privilege of traveling with him to a number of Commonwealth countries. And he and his wife, Zareen, have been wonderful friends, and this friendship has continued all these years. And Rusi, thank you for everything that you did for Mira and myself, including as chairman of Arcacia, making Mira as the treasurer and give her the opportunity of serving Arcacia. Vilas has been my student at Academy, a very quiet, focused student, self-effacing. And even today, what you see, he is as simple as he was. And he never talked about his accomplishments. But what I have witnessed over the last 8 or 9 months that he has held office, the most important thing he has been able to achieve is close rapport with President of Council of Architecture, Shri Abhay Purohit. And these two coming together, that augurs well for the success of our profession, and I hope and pray it will continue in future. Another thing Vilas wants to do is to have memorial lectures in the memory of our past president. And in the past, number of well-wishers of these presidents have given us endowment, but we have never utilized them for the last so many years. So Vilas is going to make a beginning with Sohrab Bharucha Memorial Lecture in Trivandrum. And hopefully, these memorial lectures in the memory of 50-odd, not exactly past presidents, but well-known people who have contributed to the growth of our profession will happen at chapter level, at center level. And I'm sure, as Rani Vedmuthu has suggested. At these functions, half the audience will be architects and students, and the other half will be general public, so that they know what we stand for. And then Vilas will not have an occasion to say that not only the members of the general public, but even our own professional brothers, especially in Bombay, there are so many architects, I can't mention, but my guess is about 3,000 to 4,000 easily, that they are not present for a function like this, when we are felicitating or recognizing the work, excellent work done by our talented architects. And one thing I was happy to see was awards given to students. And this idea of reaching out to colleges of architecture is very, very important. And I believe I have already talked to some of you about Janamitra, which portal has been adopted by Council of Architecture for general public. Whatever problems, whatever queries they have about architecture or complaint against architects, of course, Council is already doing that. But Janamitra portal has been envisaged by Harshad Bhatia, and Council of Architecture will promote that idea. There is another portal called Vastu Mitra, which will be promoted by Indian Institute of Architects. And that idea was put forward by myself on 22nd July last year, when both, of course, Vilas could not remain present for the actual ceremony, but he was present the previous evening. And the President of Council of Architecture announced the release of these two platforms on 22nd July. So this idea of pro bono publico work has been mentioned by Habib Khan and his team in the new manual of architectural practice map, which was sort of introduced last year when architect Raju, architect Brinda Somaya and myself were the guests of honor. And believe me, this document is a game changer. And this has given us an opportunity to manage our practice in a more professional manner. And as Habib Khan said, if we adhere to what has been said, it will definitely improve our image in the society. And especially he talked about fee bidding. Now, with the revised fee scale, there is no need for people, even because this map is also for common man. So, all in all, everyone who is dealing with, whether they're clients or architects, they must adhere to the scale of fees that is mentioned in the map, because that is placed on the table of the parliament, so it becomes a law of the land. So we architects are bound by it, but so also if anybody tries to negotiate fees and this and that becomes an abetment to an illegal act, and an FIR can be filed against it. And he also mentioned that there are professionals like doctors, lawyers, nobody questions their fee. Why even doctors and chartered accountants or lawyers? Even a broker who brings two parties together, or two brokers bring, their charge of fee of 1% is accepted. Nobody negotiates it. Then why do people or why do we allow architects to negotiate fees? Now, all these are matters where people can have different views about it, but we in our book, we have mentioned theory, there are 5 international experts who will be doing it, partly online, partly physical. And she had devoted herself. Yeah. Finally, I want you to join me in giving a standing ovation to Vilas, Nilesh, work to make this as a success, including our Director of Ceremonies and all the sponsors. So please give them a standing ovation. Thank you.
That's very kind. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. It is indeed a matter of great honor, sir, to have your presence here with all of us this evening, and to hear your valuable words across all the initiatives that are being taken. I think, ladies and gentlemen, like I had mentioned earlier itself, what an inspiring evening it's turning out to be. So on that inspiring note, let me also march ahead, and let me now please invite architect Nilesh Gandhi, Treasurer, Mumbai Center, to please come on stage. If I could please invite. Hello, sir. I'd like to please request you to felicitate Architect Prakash Deshmukh, past President and Special Invitee for the evening. So if I could also humbly please invite on stage Architect Prakash Deshmukh. Well, then on that note, let me quickly invite the Executive Committee member, Shri Hamir Smart, to please come on the stage, sir. So I could request you to please do the honors of felicitating none other than our very special invitee we have for this evening. I'd request you to please felicitate Dean De Cruz, our very special invitee for this evening. So let's have a huge round of applause. And if I could please invite Mr. Dean De Cruz to please come on stage. All right then, thank you, sir, for joining us. But if I could please invite Architect C.R. Raju, immediate past President, to please come on the stage, sir. Sir, I invite you to please felicitate our special invitee for this evening, Architect Mayank Bajatia. Could I please invite Architect Mayank Bajatia? I've been informed that he's not here this evening. So then, sir, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, let me now put an end to that curiosity. I have been mighty curious myself. You've all been mighty curious, because it's now time to gear up for the award ceremony. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Indian Institute of Architects National Awards for Excellence in Architecture 2022, curated by the Indian Institute of Architects and hosted by Brihan Mumbai Center, Maharashtra chapter. And now, finally, the award ceremony begins. So what we're about to do now is share across with you the first category. Under the category, we'll have the project type, and then I'll be inviting our jurors to please come on stage to announce the winner of that particular project and the category as well. So first up, let's actually take a look at the category we are addressing. We're talking about the category of architecture, and in the project type, mercantile retail. So first up, if I could please invite our jurors, Architect Shirish Beri, Architect Virendra Vakhalu, and Architect Durganand Balsavar, to please come on stage, sir.
Hello. We had a very interesting time seeing all these entries and discussing them and commenting on them and getting a feedback from these shortlisted people. In the mercantile retail project, we were happy that there were 3 entries and all 3 had tried in their own way. The scale was very different. I mean, there was a small shop to a small marketplace to a big mall. And considering all that, and after judging that,
So, yes, sir, we have taken a good look at the shortlisted candidates right behind.
Yes.
But, sir, it's now time to find out the winner as well.
Yes. And the award goes to Architect Mona Dr. Pingal.
Now, before we move on to the next project type, may I also please invite the President IIA, Architect Vilas Avchat, to also please join our jurors, to also please do the honors for the next category, for the next project type as well. Now, this is where the next project type is under architecture is commercial. That's what we're looking at. So I'm going to request you, sir, all of you to please join in. And this is architecture commercial.
Yeah, now commercial is a very generic term. So let me include now all the building types that were included in the submissions. We had IT parks, we had convention centers, office complexes, corporate headquarters, data centers, general business and commercial district centers. So you see this entire scope of work is, if you may say, the lifeline for our cities today. And I think in this lifeline is, I would say, about 50% of our. What was important is that the environment that we create as against the past, which was more determined and defined by very functional aspects, that we are migrating now into more meaningful. The winner or the winners, let's see, in this category are the project Wipro Kotaki SEZ Campus by architect Naresh V. Narasimhan. May I invite Venkataraman? Is that right? This is the commendation prize. Well, please come.
Let me remind everyone, this is a commendation certificate that's being presented to architect Naresh V. Narasimhan. However, we have one of his team members to receive on his behalf. Now, on that note, let's also quickly move ahead to the next project type, residential, and let's take a look at the winner. First up, let's take a look at the shortlisted candidates, and then we'll find out the winner, but this is the project type, residential. We'll take a look at the shortlisted candidates, and let's find out the winner.
Yes, this was a very interesting category also, and we were again happy to see that all three of them had tried a alternative design vocabulary as against the typical apartments that we see. This is for housing, multiple houses, for multi-family housing, and all three of them worked, did a good job. So, but the award.
Let's find out the winner. First, we'll announce the winner, sir.
You can announce. Yes, sir. The commendation award goes to architect Sebastian Jose. There are 3 awards.
Let me also inform all of you that this is a commendation certificate that's been given to architect Sebastian Jose. Well, up next, let's also announce the next one.
I'm waiting for the...
Yes, sir. So am I.
In the same category, the second commendation award, because all 3 were pretty good, the second commendation award goes to architect Suhasini Iyer. This category is naturally architect Arjun Malik, because he's the last one left, he's the third one left.
Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is architect Arjun Kamal Malik.
Yeah.
But I've been told that he's not here this evening. So we'll hand over the trophy and the certificate to him.
Not present? Not present.
He's not present here, sir. So then on that note, let's quickly move on to the next project type, which is mixed use. And let's take a look at the shortlisted candidates for architecture mixed use. Here are the shortlisted candidates, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. In this, we have only 2. And mixed use would integrate a building or campus with 2 or more typologies, housing in a composite manner, such as a building that has commercial, hotel, and office together. Now, again, this is something that is emerging in our urban spaces, where the convenience of having multiple functions together under one hub, and it's, I think, a genre that is very promising. And let's see who have been the winners. Oh, we have already here. That was quick. Now, we have a commendation award only in this segment. So may I ask Vivek Singh Rathore, Project City Center Patna, to come to the stage.
Commendation certificate presented to Architect Vivek Singh Rathore. Congratulations. And with that, I'd also like to thank all our jurors, as well as I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Architect Vilas Avchat for doing the honors. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, now, little unfortunate here, but let me announce, I'm very sure there in the audience, all the participants in the residential segment, and this is one classic segment. It has generally across India, maximum submissions. Now, this year, the jury unanimously felt that none of them reached a certain mark. So we don't have winners, we don't have any commendation in this segment. Very sorry to announce that, but let's hope for next year.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, then let's quickly move ahead and invite our next set of presenters on the stage. First up, if I could please invite on stage Architect Jitendra Mehta, Vice President IIA, to please come on stage, sir. And joining him, if I could also invite our jurors, we have Architect Peter Rich, Architect Peter Rich and Architect. All right. So first up, here's what we're going to do. We're going to share with you the project and then the project type as well. So under architecture, it is architecture institutional. So here's what we're going to do. Let's take a look at the shortlisted candidates under this particular category as well. The shortlisted candidates right up on the screen. But first up, let's also find out the who's receiving the commendation certificate, who's the winner, all that and more.
Section institutional, there were 3 entries, and they all explored the idea of village. Some of them they also raised the issue of modernity as a language and as an aspiration for rural people, so they were quite contentious. And I just want to announce the commendation for this section is to Architect Santosh Shanmugam for the project North Star School.
Yes, sir. Now let's find out the winner for architecture institutional.
And for institutional, the winner is Architect Murali Murugan.
GP School.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations indeed, and we'll now move on to the next one. So I'm going to request you to remain on stage as we move up to finding out the shortlisted candidates for architecture hospitality. So let's take a look. First up at the shortlisted candidates.
Under hospitality, there were two schemes that looked at the minimal footprint you could possibly make. And there was one that was very tight on a very tight site. So it was represented in that way. And the commendation goes to architect Satish AV for his project Shembarathi Boutique Resort.
Architect Satish A.V. for Chembharati Boutique Resort. We now move ahead, ladies and gentlemen, to the next category. This is architecture public and semi-public.
This was a very interesting category because there were two submissions. And the one was a legacy project that became something the community loved, and the other one was a memorial for salt. And the winner is architect Anand Vishnu BU for the Enilog Kunjuni Mash Memorial. And if ever you wanted to see a young architect that could do something that was not only a legacy to the person who was the poet, but it is something that was the catalyst for something that the community absolutely loved.
Congratulations. Congratulations indeed for that wonderful win. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'm going to move on to the next category as well. The kudos on the fab work. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to quickly now move forward to the next category. We're talking about architecture, recreational. And let's take a look at the shortlisted candidates. Architecture, recreational. We have taken a look at the shortlisted candidates as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is the recreational category. It's also that it also set up this dialogue of when do you do a contemporary modernism as part of an aspiration as opposed to when you're doing a clubhouse to something that has colonial reference. So a lot of these discourses provoke that sort of debate. And the winner is architect Ranjit Avinash Wah.
Architect Ranjit Avinash Wah for Lantern in the Park. Congratulations. And while we come to the end of that particular category, we are about to move on. So thank you, sir, for doing the honors. I'd also like to make a quick announcement about the fact that while we are reading out the categories where the winners have been announced, there have been certain categories where there are no winners. And this is something I'd like to bring to everybody's notice because, for example, even in the first where we spoke about the project architecture, under the architecture category, there were about 6 categories, but we have 4 winners across the categories. So I'd like to just make this quick announcement for all of you that there were certain categories that were evaluated, but there are no winners. So we are announcing right now the ones who are receiving commendation certificate, or for that matter, who are the winners. That being said, let's now quickly move ahead to the next category. We're talking about interior architecture and interior architecture residential. That's coming up next. But to do the honors, may I please invite on stage Architect Tushar Sogani, Junior Vice President, IIA. If I could please invite you, sir. And joining him, if I could please invite our jurors, may I please invite Architect Jehanara Poonawala, Architect Rajiv Sathe, and Architect Rimpesh Sharma. First up, interior architecture residential. Let's take a look at the shortlisted candidates really quick. Here you go, right up on the screen, the shortlisted candidates. And with that, let's find out the winner as well.
And the winner for this category is Shilpa Pinkisha.
As you can notice, we're also showcasing the project for all of you. Mighty congratulations there. And on that wonderful note, ladies and gentlemen, let's march ahead. Let's take a look at interior architecture, institutional. We'll take a look at the shortlisted candidates first up on the screen. And then let's find out the winner.
And the winner is, of course, architect Brinda Somaya.
On that inspiring note, ladies and gentlemen, we now march ahead to the next project type. We're talking about interior architecture hospitality. We'll take a look at the shortlisted candidates as well. Interior architecture hospitality. And we'll be announcing the winners under large scale and small scale. So let's find out.
Right, the winner for large scale is architect Vivek Rathore.
Architect Vivek Singh Rathore for the project The Wellness Retreat. Congratulations. We'll now announce the winner for under the small scale category as well.
So I just want to say that we actually didn't have this category, which we've split up between the two. But we felt when we looked at the projects that the scale of both the projects, all three, were very different. So we requested, because we felt both the projects that have won today have been equally good. So we've actually asked to divide this into the two sections rather, right? So the winner for the small scale is Just Loaf Bangalore, done by architect Madhushita.
Congratulations. We now move on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next project type. We're talking about interior architecture commercial. We'll take a look at the shortlisted candidates up on the screen as well before we announce the winner.
So the winner is architect Vishal Shri Krishna Shah.
you very much for doing the honors. Thank you. All right, so with that, it's time to move on really quick to our next category coming your way. And this is the special category research paper. So before we actually take a look at the shortlisted candidates and announce the winner, may I please invite on stage architect Akshay Beuria, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA. May I also please invite our jurors, architect Rupal Deshpande and Professor Binomol Tom. We have Professor Binomol Tom joining in to do the honors as well. We have the shortlisted candidates on the screen as well before we announce the winner. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so with that, let's find out the winner.
A pen is mightier than a sword. So research writing in architecture is very crucial because we would be documenting the past, we would be documenting the present so that we have design practices that could be laid for the present and for the future through research writing. And we were fortunate, in absentia of my co-juror, Rupal Deshpande, we were fortunate to go through 4 very distinguished researchers who have presented their papers, and it was a little difficult for us to come to the final conclusion of who would be the winner. So now I declare the winner, Architect Dr. Abhijit Sadashivanathu.
Congratulations, sir. And thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. All right, so then on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move ahead. Coming up next is landscape architecture. And first up, let me please invite our presenters on stage. If I could please invite architect Sandeep Bowdekar, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA. And joining him, may I also please invite architect Vinita Sabre, architect Shirish Beri. And we also had architect Aniket Bhagwat as the juror for this particular category. I just wanted to share that with all of you. However, we have architect Shirish Beri joining in. If I could also invite architect Vinita Sabre. All right, so then on that note, let's move ahead. Here we're taking a look at landscape architecture, small, and here are the shortlisted candidates.
In this category, we had a variation. I mean, we had some very small project, as well as we had a slightly larger one. But so what we have decided is that the commendation award goes to architect Varna Dhar.
Firstly, congratulations to architect Varna, but let's also go ahead and announce the next recipient of the commendation certificate.
The second commendation award in this category goes to architect Chandrot Shamraj.
Architect Chandrot Shamraj for the project Kashish.
Actually, it could have deserved an award in a small residence category also.
I believe Architect Chandrot isn't here this evening. Do we have his team or do we have his colleague to receive the honor? Well, if not, then I'm going to march ahead. All right, so then on that note, we're about to move ahead.
Somebody's coming.
Yes, sir. This is an evening where we get to actually...
Good.
We have his senior and his other junior. Hop in. Let's have you on stage. This is where we celebrate. This is where we celebrate together. Awesome this is. This is what we love it. Yes. Friend tells me he's now on the way, but a friend in need is a friend indeed. So yes, kudos. All right, so on that beautiful note, let's march ahead and let's now take a look at landscape architecture large. But first up, we'll take a look at the shortlisted candidates as well, meanwhile.
And in this category, there's a commendation award awarded to Kapil Agarwal.
Sir. With that, let's now move ahead. Coming up next is, again, some very interesting set of categories. To do the honors, may I please invite on stage Architect Rani Bedamutu, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA. May I also please invite our jurors, Architect Vikas Dilavri, Architect Virendra Vaklu, to please come on stage, and Architect Kirti Unwala. All right, then on that note, let's move ahead and announce the next category, which is conservation.
Yeah, now this category of conservation includes conservation, restoration, preservation, and reuse, adaptive reuse. Now, lately we have seen that adaptive reuse is becoming more and more prominent as against the conventional outlook at conservation and restoration. And recent times we had a very disputed demolition of in Delhi of Raj Reval's structure at Pragati Maidan. Now it's interesting to know that whatever is built post-independent India is not considered to be ready for conservation. It's a very interesting thing that happens there. So ASI doesn't recognize all modern architecture, all architecture post-independence. Now, interesting is that private agencies and private initiatives are trying to look into reuse instead. And I find that as a very big potential, since it's a resource that we are losing there by demolishing it. So we had very interesting contribution, and let me share the winner. And the winner is an undisputed winner. That's architect Ganesh Bala Iyer for Auroville House.
Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. We'll now move ahead to the next category. This is urban interventions. And to do the honors, if I could please invite on stage architect B. Sudhir, treasurer IIA. And joining him, may I also please invite architect Peter Rich, architect K.T. Ravindran. And as part of the juror, we also had architect Kirtida Unwala, but I've been told that she's not here this evening, so we're going to move ahead with the felicitations. Let's also take a look at the shortlisted candidates under the category of urban interventions before we find out who's walking away with the trophy or the certificate.
This was an interesting category because it showed the development process by two very different agencies, one government agency and the other one community agency. And that process led to activating environmental change and community empowerment and infrastructure change. And the commendation goes to architect Latha for the project Ala Puzna Canal Rejuvenation.
Lata R for Alapura Canal Rejuvenation for the project.
This is a field that architects need to, as activists, more engage with because it's previously been thought the field of the engineer. And here we have an architect swimming against the tide, bringing about meaningful change to a whole community and actually saving Aleppi in the process.
Very well shared, sir. Thank you so much. Well, on that note, now we are about to move on to another category. So first up, I'd like to thank our jurors, and I'd also like to thank architect B. Sudhir. Thank you so much for doing the honors. Thank you. We're now moving to the final category, ladies and gentlemen. On stage, architect C.R. Raju, immediate past president, IIA. May I also invite our jurors. We have Professor Binomol Tom, architect Anahita Shivdasani, and architect Premnath. But meanwhile, I have a quick announcement even for all the winners and all those who received the commendation certificate as well. Don't go anywhere as yet because we'll also have a group photograph. So let's have you all stay seated till the end of the program. We're almost inching closer and closer towards the finale, the end. That being said, the next category coming up is special category, and we're taking a look at the women architects in the forefront. That deserves a special round of applause indeed. It's just amazing, amazing to see. You know, they always say, a woman on a mission needs no permission. And we just love to see that kind of energy over here. So on that note, yes, ma'am.
Hi. So, well, the women have done really well this evening, as we've seen a lot of awards being swept by them. And this is one more category to honor the women architects. So the works we've seen, all three of them, have been an array of empathetic design, very, very important, with an eye for detail and contextual Indianness, besides being climatically responsive and sustainable. So can we have the winners? The winners are, we have a tie here. There is architect Meghna Leo For Alphadale.
First up, if I could please invite architect Meghna Leo for the project Alphadale.
Other lady who shares this award is architect Mona Dr. Pingle.
All right, I'm going to request Mona to remain on stage. Sir, I'm going to request you also to remain on stage. And if I could once again re-invite Meghna to please come on stage as well. We'll have another beautiful group photograph of both the winners here. Congratulations once again. I'm going to request our presenters to please remain on stage. We now move on to also announcing special category Emerging Practice. So let's find out the winner as well.
Emerging practice is one category where budding architects would get a platform to showcase their experiments as well as, their passion and what they go into their mind and how they bring it out at a very early stage. So we have two of them, and they have both tried very interesting paths. Like Robert Frost says, two roads diverge in the wood. I took the one that was less traveled by, and so the winner is architect Avinash Kalyani.
Architect Avinash Kalyani Ankalge, congratulations for the project A Threshold. Brings us to the final category, ladies and gentlemen, which is special category Unbuilt. We'll take a look at the shortlisted candidates as well before we announce the winner.
it's not always that what we design gets built up. Number of times make very good designs and they remain unbuilt over there. But surprising today, we had seen young designers participating in giving unbuilt design, which is some other very good categories. And this award goes about that. The award goes to, for the unbuilt category, architect Lido John Matthew.
Congratulations. And on that note, thank you very much for doing the honors. Thank you so much. I'm going to request you to please join our audience. And ladies and gentlemen, first up, can we have a round of applause for all the winners, the ones who received the commendation awards, and all the ones who also submitted their entries, the shortlisted candidates as well, as we get together to celebrate the amazing, amazing work. But while we're moving towards the end of the ceremony, it's only befitting that I now invite on stage Architect Hamir Smart, Executive Committee member, to please propose the vote of thanks for this phenomenal evening.
Good evening, friends. I won't take long. It's a short but long vote of thanks. As they say, no duty is more urgent than duty of retiring thanks. Thanks to Nilesh Gandhi for giving me this nice quote. Good evening, friends. I hope everybody enjoyed the last 2 days, the event, as much as we enjoyed hosting it. And I take special thanks to our keynote speaker, Architect Peter Rich, Architect Shirish Berry, and Architect Aniket Bhagwat for truly expanding our perspective towards built environment and its surrounding. I also thank Iia National President, Architect Vilas Sauchat sir, Vice President, Architect Jitendra Mehta, and Junior Vice President, Architect Tushar Sogani, and the entire office bearer of National Awards Committee, and entrusting us and giving us an opportunity to hosting this event in Mumbai of the National Awards for Excellence in Architecture. And obviously the Mumbai EC committee for giving us support to take this event more successful. A special thank to National Awards Committee Architect Kurian George and his entire team for executing and meticulous planning for the entire event. A big round of applause to our Maharashtra Chairman, Architect Sandeep Prabhu, and the entire EC members. And last but not least, without our event partners, our title sponsor, Ultratech, and other event partners, Birla White, Raytech Electricals, Bison Door, NCL, Everest, GRC, Partizan Systems, MediaTek, and Uttam Interiors, entrusting us and giving us the much needed financial support to execute this event. We also thank Council of Architecture and the IIA office to facilitating digitizing and renewing of all the old records. A special thanks to IIA CAD, who's been our partner in giving us CAD designs. And I should thank our center chairman, Mr. Architect Nilesh Dholakia, for taking this under his leadership. He took this event to success. And final, the most important thanks to Colisys Events, whom we know as for it, to, executing this event and making it a fine, great success. So with this end, I say the event is closed for tonight and the bar is open, so enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I know we managed to raise the bar, so let's hit the bar. But before that, we have a group photograph for which I'm going to invite the office bearers, the Iia National Awards Committee members, the jurors, the special invitees, and the winners. Let's have all of you please on the stage for a beautiful group photograph. And after that, let me tell you, the party is only about to happen because we can see the band that is ready. We're going to have Rahi, the band, joining in so that we can all party together. If I could please invite office bearers. All the office bearers, the Iia National Awards Committee members, the jurors, special invitees and winners. If I could also invite Brihan Mumbai Center, Maharashtra All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's time to put on those party hats. We've got Rahi, the rock band based in Mumbai that's known for the original music and energetic live performance. They've also been awarded as the Best Popular Act Viewer's Choice at Radio City Freedom Awards. And we've got an excellent lineup ahead for all of you. So let's grab that drink, let's put on our party hats, and let's groove to Rahi.